Captain Sarah Chen stood at the massive viewing window of Luna Station, watching the final construction work on humanity's greatest achievement. The ship before her stretched nearly 3 kilometers from bow to stern, its dark hull gleaming under the artificial lights of the shipyard. After 15 years of secret construction, the Prometheus Unbound was finally ready. Sarah had been chosen to command this vessel after a career spanning 25 years in Earth's defense fleet. She had fought pirates in the outer colonies, defended mining stations from raiders, and earned respect throughout human space. But nothing had prepared her for this moment. The ship's design broke every rule of conventional space warfare. Where other vessels relied on thick armor plating, the Prometheus Unbound used something called quantum-folded protection. The scientists explained it as armor that existed in multiple dimensions at once, making it nearly impossible to damage. Sarah didn't pretend to understand the science, but she had seen the test results. Admiral Martinez approached from behind, his footsteps echoing in the observation deck. "Impressive, isn't she?" he said, joining Sarah at the window. "She's massive," Sarah replied. "I've never seen anything like her." "That's because there's never been anything like her," Martinez explained. "This ship represents everything humanity has learned about warfare, engineering, and survival. We've poured our best technology into her hull." Sarah studied the weapon systems visible along the ship's exterior. Strange barrel-like structures emerged from the hull at various points, unlike the standard laser batteries found on other human ships. "Those aren't normal weapons, are they?" "Stellar plasma manipulators," Martinez said with a slight smile. "They can draw energy directly from the nearest star and focus it into concentrated beams. The engineering team calls them Star Eaters." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. Humanity had built weapons that could harness the power of stars themselves. The implications were staggering. "There's more," Martinez continued. "The AI core processes tactical information faster than most alien species can think. It can calculate battle scenarios, predict enemy movements, and coordinate defensive systems in microseconds." Sarah had heard rumors about the ship's artificial intelligence, but seeing the massive processing centers during her preliminary tours had been shocking. The computer systems took up 3 entire decks of the ship. "Why all the secrecy?" Sarah asked. "Why build this in hidden sections of Luna Station?" Martinez's expression grew serious. "Because the Galactic Council has treaties limiting military development. Ships can only be so large, weapons can only be so powerful, and certain technologies are completely banned." "And this ship violates those treaties?" "Every single one of them," Martinez admitted. "The Council believes in maintaining balance between species. They think no one civilization should have overwhelming military advantage." Sarah understood now why her assignment had come with such strict confidentiality agreements. Humanity had deliberately built something that would terrify the rest of the galaxy. "The inspection fleet arrives tomorrow," Martinez said. "The Galactic Council sends representatives every few years to check our shipbuilding facilities. They're expecting to find the usual destroyers and cruisers. Instead, they'll find this. Yes, and when they do, everything changes for humanity." Sarah spent the next several hours touring her new command. The bridge alone was larger than the entire command deck of her previous ship. Holographic displays showed star charts, weapon systems, and defensive capabilities that seemed almost magical. The crew quarters could house 5,000 personnel, far more than any human vessel had ever carried. The engine room left her speechless. 3 massive reactor cores provided power that could supply an entire planet. The chief engineer, Commander Rodriguez, explained how the quantum drives could fold space itself, allowing the ship to travel distances that would take other vessels weeks to cover. "We can literally step outside normal space," Rodriguez said, his eyes bright with excitement. "The math says we can appear anywhere within a 100 light-year radius almost instantly." Sarah's tactical mind began working through the possibilities. A ship that could appear anywhere without warning, armed with weapons that drew power from stars, protected by armor that existed in multiple dimensions. Humanity had built something that could reshape the balance of power in the galaxy. That evening, Sarah reviewed the crew assignments in her quarters. The best officers from throughout human space had been quietly transferred to Luna Station over the past year. Engineers, weapons specialists, pilots, and medical staff. All of them had signed the same confidentiality agreements, and all of them understood they were part of something unprecedented. Her door chimed. and Sarah looked up to see Dr. Elizabeth Park. The alarm started as a chief science officer. Then it became louder. Captain, I wanted to discuss the first activation sequences. Problems? Sarah asked. Not problems exactly, but the ship's systems are so advanced that we're still learning what they can do. The AI, for instance, has been running simulations of combat scenarios. Its predictions are disturbing. Sarah gestured for Park to sit. Explain. The computer calculates that this single ship could defeat the combined fleets of most galactic civilizations. Not damage them, Captain. Defeat them completely. The weight of command had never felt heavier. Sarah had accepted responsibility for a weapon that could potentially destroy entire star systems. The inspection fleet will arrive in the morning, Sarah said. What happens when they see what we've built? Park was quiet for a moment. According to the AI's analysis, they'll demand immediate destruction of the ship. When we refuse, they'll attempt to take it by force. And then we find out if humanity's greatest achievement is also our greatest mistake. The next morning came too quickly. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as 3 alien vessels approached Luna Station. The inspection fleet consisted of ships from different Galactic Council member species, each one representing the standard military technology that governed space warfare. Incoming. Transmission, reported Lieutenant Hayes from the communications station. On screen, Sarah ordered. The main display showed a reptilian face with large eyes and a prominent crest. Inspector Vorthen of the Galactic Council had conducted these inspections for over a decade. Greetings, Luna Station, Vorthen said in accented English. We request permission to begin our scheduled inspection of human military facilities. Admiral Martinez appeared on a secondary screen from the station's command center. Permission granted, Inspector. However, I should inform you that we have a new vessel undergoing final preparations. New vessel? Vorthen's crest flattened slightly. What class of ship? Sarah watched Martinez pause before answering. I believe you'll need to see it for yourself. 20 minutes later, Inspector Vorthen and his team materialized on the observation deck where Sarah had first seen her ship. The inspector's reaction was immediate and dramatic. His crest turned bright red, and he began speaking rapidly in his native language. This cannot be permitted to exist, Vorthen finally said in English. The size alone violates 17 different treaties. The weapon systems... He paused, studying the readings on his scanner. These readings cannot be correct. They're correct, Martinez said calmly. This ship must be destroyed immediately, Vorthen declared. It represents a clear violation of galactic law and a threat to established peace. Sarah stepped forward. Inspector, this ship represents humanity's right to defend itself. Vorthen turned his large eyes toward her. You are the commander of this abomination? I'm Captain Sarah Chen, and this is my ship. Then you will oversee its destruction, Captain. The Galactic Council will not permit this vessel to remain operational. Sarah looked at Admiral Martinez, who nodded slightly. They had expected this response. I'm afraid that won't be happening, Inspector, Sarah said quietly. Vorthen's crest flared again. Then humanity has chosen to place itself outside galactic law. The consequences will be severe. As the inspection team transported back to their ships, Sarah knew that everything had changed. Humanity had revealed its greatest weapon, and the galaxy would never see them the same way again. 3 days after Inspector Vorthen's departure from Luna Station, the long-range sensors detected them. Sarah Chen studied the tactical display. On the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as 12 massive ships dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. Zephyrian fleet configuration, reported Commander Williams from the tactical station. 3 dreadnoughts, 6 heavy cruisers, and 3 support vessels. Sarah had fought Zephyrian pirates before, but she had never seen a fleet this large operating together. The hegemony of Zephyrian worlds was the galaxy's dominant military power, and they had just sent enough firepower to level a small planet. Incoming transmission, announced Lieutenant Hayes. The main screen flickered to life, showing the bridge of a Zephyrian dreadnought. Admiral Kethvar stood before the camera, his blue-scaled face set in a stern expression. The Zephyrians were humanoid in basic shape, but larger and stronger than humans with natural armor plating covering their skin. Human vessel. Kethvar's voice rumbled through the ship's speakers. You will power down your weapons and prepare to be escorted to decommissioning facility, Gamma 7. Your ship violates 43 interstellar laws and poses a threat to galactic security. Sarah stood from her command chair. Admiral Kethvar, this is Captain Sarah Chen of the Earth Defense Fleet. This ship operates under the authority of the human government and will not submit to unlawful seizure. Kethvar's eyes narrowed. Captain Chen, you command an illegal weapon of mass destruction. The Galactic Council has authorized its immediate destruction if you refuse to comply. Then you'll have to take it from us, Sarah replied calmly. The transmission ended, and Sarah turned to her crew. These men and women had trained for months on the ship's systems, but none of them had experienced actual combat in the Prometheus Unbound. Today they would discover what humanity had truly built. All hands battle stations, Sarah announced over the ship's communication system. This is not a drill. The bridge transformed as combat systems came online. Holographic displays showed the approaching Zephyrian fleet, their weapons charging and shields at maximum power. The enemy ships moved in perfect formation, a testament to their military discipline. Captain, called Dr. Park from the science station, the AI is requesting permission to activate full combat protocols. Sarah hesitated for a moment. The artificial intelligence had been designed to coordinate the ship's impossible weapon systems, but giving it complete control felt like crossing a line they couldn't return from. Permission granted, she said. The change was immediate. Every system on the ship hummed with new energy as the AI took control of weapons targeting, defensive measures, and tactical positioning. The bridge displays showed calculation streams moving too fast for human eyes to follow. Enemy fleet entering weapons range, reported Williams. They're spreading out to surround us. Sarah watched the tactical display as the Zephyrian ships positioned themselves in a classic encirclement pattern. It was a formation designed to prevent escape and concentrate firepower on a single target. Against any normal vessel, it would have been devastating. Captain, the AI's voice spoke through the ship's speakers. Recommend immediate activation of quantum fold armor and stellar plasma weapons. Enemy vessels pose minimal threat under current tactical conditions. Minimal threat. Sarah almost smiled at the AI's assessment. The Zephyrian fleet represented enough firepower to destroy entire star systems, and their computer dismissed them as a minor concern. The Zephyrians are opening fire, Williams announced. Sarah watched as hundreds of energy beams and missile salvos streaked toward the Prometheus Unbound. The weapon impacts would have vaporized any other human ship instantly. Instead, something impossible happened. The enemy fire passed through sections of the ship's hull as if they weren't there, while other portions absorbed impacts that should have breached the armor. The quantum-folded protection was working exactly as designed. No damage reported, called the damage control officer. All systems operating normally. Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency communication channel. Impossible. Our sensors show direct hits on your vessel. Admiral, Sarah replied. You're about to see what happens when humans decide to break the rules. She nodded to Williams, who activated the stellar plasma manipulators. The strange barrel-like weapons along the ship's hull began drawing energy directly from the sun. Sarah watched in fascination as streams of stellar fire collected and focused into concentrated beams. Firing, Williams announced. The first beam struck the lead Zephyrian dreadnought. The massive ship's shields flared and died instantly, overwhelmed by the raw power of solar plasma. The beam continued through the hull, cutting the vessel in half. Secondary explosions tore through both sections as the dreadnought's reactor cores overloaded. Second target acquired, the AI reported. Another beam lanced out, this one striking a heavy cruiser. The Zephyrian ship simply disintegrated, its molecular structure unable to withstand the temperatures found in the heart of a star. They're trying to retreat, Williams reported, but his voice held a note of confusion. Sarah looked at the tactical display and understood his confusion. The Zephyrian ships were attempting to flee, but they were moving impossibly slowly. Space around them seemed to be distorting. Gravity well generators active, the AI explained. Enemy vessels cannot achieve escape velocity. Sarah had read about this system but had never seen it in action. The Prometheus Unbound could create artificial gravity fields that trapped enemy ships like insects in amber. The Zephyrian fleet was caught unable to retreat or maneuver effectively. Captain, Hayes called from communications. Admiral Kethvar is requesting immediate ceasefire. On screen, Sarah ordered. Kethvar's bridge was a chaos of sparks and smoke. The Admiral's usual composure had cracked, revealing fear in his eyes. Captain Chen, we surrender. Stop your attack. Stand down your weapons and withdraw from the system, Sarah replied. You came here to destroy my ship. I'm giving you a chance to leave with your lives. Our weapons are offline. Our engines are trapped. You must release us. Sarah looked at Williams, who shook his head. 3 ships destroyed, Admiral. The rest are disabled but intact. Sarah made her decision. AI, release the gravity wells. Allow the surviving ships to withdraw. The distortion in space faded and the remaining Zephyrian vessels limped away from the battle zone. Admiral Kethvar's face reappeared on the screen. Captain Chen, he said slowly, what you have done here will not be forgotten. Every civilization in the galaxy will learn of this day. Good, Sarah replied. Let them know that humanity will defend itself. As the Zephyrian fleet disappeared into hyperspace, Sarah realized the true magnitude of what had just occurred. The most powerful military force in the galaxy had attacked them, with overwhelming numbers and superior positioning. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, and the Prometheus Unbound had suffered no damage whatsoever. Captain, Dr. Park said quietly, our sensors detected the Admiral's final transmission before they jumped to hyperspace. He sent a galaxy-wide emergency broadcast, and what did he say? That humanity has created a weapon that threatens the established order of power. He's calling for immediate action by all member civilizations of the Galactic Council. Sarah nodded grimly. The battle was over, but the war was just beginning. Commander Rodriguez joined them on the bridge, his face flushed with excitement. Captain, the engineering teams are analyzing the weapon performance data. The stellar plasma manipulators operated at only 15% capacity. We could have destroyed the entire fleet in the first salvo. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. If they had been using only a fraction of the ship's true power, what would happen when they faced a larger enemy force? Send a message to Earth Command, Sarah ordered. Tell them the galaxy now knows what we've built. Request immediate instructions on how to proceed. As the bridge crew carried out her orders, Sarah stared at the tactical display. The dots representing the retreating Zephyrian ships were fading from the screen, but she knew they would return. And next time, they wouldn't come alone. The Prometheus Unbound had won its first battle, but Sarah understood that victory had come at a terrible price. Humanity had revealed the full extent of their technological advancement, and the galaxy would never trust them again. Every alien civilization would now see humans as a threat that needed to be eliminated. She looked around the bridge at her crew. These brave men and women had just participated in the most one-sided space battle in recorded history. They had proven that human ingenuity and determination could overcome seemingly impossible odds. But Sarah also knew that their greatest challenges lay ahead. The galaxy was vast, filled with countless civilizations and unimaginable military forces. Today they had defeated one fleet. Tomorrow they might face 1,000. 2 weeks after the battle with the Zephyrian fleet, Sarah Chen watched the long-range sensor displays with growing concern. Ships were gathering at the edge of human space in numbers she had never imagined possible. The galaxy had responded to Admiral Kethvar's emergency broadcast with unprecedented unity. Current count stands at over 8,000 vessels, reported Commander Williams from the tactical station. Representatives from 47 different species. Sarah studied the massive fleet composition on the main display. Crystalline collective ships that looked like floating gemstones hung alongside the organic vessels of the Symbiont Union. Mechanical constructs from the machine Concordat moved in perfect formation near the chaotic swarms of hive mind drones. Species that had been at war for centuries were now working together for a single purpose. Any word from Earth Command? Sarah asked. Lieutenant Hayes shook his head. Still no response, Captain. All communication channels to Earth have been jammed for the past week. The isolation was intentional. The Galactic Alliance wanted to ensure that the Prometheus Unbound received no support or reinforcement from the rest of humanity. They had effectively cut off one ship from the entire human race. Dr. Park approached from the science station, her face pale. Captain, I've been analyzing the sensor data from the assembled fleet. The technological diversity is staggering. They've brought capabilities we've never encountered before. Explain, Sarah ordered. The Crystalline Collective has ships that can phase shift between dimensions. The Voidwalkers have brought reality-bending specialists, and the quantum signatures from the ancient vessels. Park paused, checking her readings again. The Ancients have actually emerged from their isolation to join this alliance. Sarah felt the weight of that revelation. The ancients were a mysterious race that had mastered space travel millions of years before humans had even evolved. They rarely interfered in galactic affairs, preferring to observe from their hidden territories. If they had joined the alliance against humanity, the situation was far more serious than anyone had imagined. Incoming transmission, Hayes announced. Multiple sources broadcasting on all frequencies. Main screen, Sarah ordered. The display split into dozens of smaller images, each showing a different alien representative. Sarah recognized some of the species from diplomatic files, but others were completely unknown to human science. A familiar blue-scaled face appeared in the center of the display. Admiral Kethvar spoke first, his voice carrying a tone of grim determination. Captain Chen, you see before you the united civilizations of this galaxy. Your weapon of mass destruction has forced us to set aside centuries of conflict to address a common threat. A crystalline being that sparkled like a living diamond spoke next, its voice creating harmonic overtones. The vessel you command violates the fundamental principles of galactic law. It possesses capabilities that no single civilization should control. Sarah stood from her command chair, knowing that her response would determine the course of the coming battle. Representatives of the Galactic Alliance, I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human vessel, Prometheus Unbound. This ship was built to defend humanity's right to exist in this galaxy. Your right to exist is not in question, replied a new voice. Sarah looked at the speaker and felt her breath catch. The being on the screen was clearly one of the ancients. Tall, ethereal, with features that seemed to shift between solid and energy. What is in question is your right to possess technology that threatens all life in this galaxy. The ancient continued. I am Eternal Watcher of Stars. I have observed the rise and fall of countless civilizations across millions of years. Never have I seen a single vessel with the capability to destabilize the cosmic order itself. Sarah felt the weight of those words. When beings that old and wise considered her ship a threat to the galaxy itself, perhaps they had built something too powerful. Another voice joined the conversation, this one mechanical and precise. Analysis indicates that your vessel's weapon systems draw energy directly from stellar sources. Continued use of such technology could destabilize star systems throughout this galactic region. Dr. Park quietly handed Sarah a data pad with tactical analysis. The numbers were staggering. The assembled fleet represented the combined military might of nearly half the known galaxy. Even with the Prometheus Unbound's advanced capabilities, the odds seemed impossible. Captain Chen, Admiral Kethvar continued, we offer you one final opportunity. Surrender your vessel for decommissioning, and humanity will be permitted to maintain its current territories and technology levels. Refuse and we will take your ship by force. Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. These men and women had volunteered for this mission knowing the risks. They had families on Earth, dreams of returning home, and every reason to accept the galaxy's terms. But they also understood what surrender would mean for humanity's future. How long do we have to consider your offer? Sarah asked. 12 standard hours, Eternal Watcher of Stars replied. After that time, we will assume your answer is refusal. The transmission ended, leaving the bridge in silence. Sarah stared at the tactical display showing the massive enemy fleet. Over 8,000 ships representing technologies that humanity barely understood, all focused on destroying or capturing her vessel. Captain, Commander Rodriguez's voice came through the communication system. Request permission to join you on the bridge. Granted, Sarah replied. Rodriguez arrived a few minutes later, followed by the senior staff from engineering, weapons, and navigation. These officers had worked on the Prometheus Unbound since its construction began, and they knew its capabilities better than anyone. We've been running simulations, Rodriguez began. The AI has calculated battle scenarios against fleets of this size, and the computer predicts a 73% probability of victory if we use all available weapon systems, Rodriguez said. But the cost would be enormous. Dr. Park pulled up a holographic projection showing potential battle outcomes. The stellar plasma manipulators operating at full capacity would require drawing energy from our sun. The calculations show potential solar instability that could affect Earth's climate for decades. Sarah studied the projection with growing horror. Winning the battle might save humanity's right to advanced technology, but it could devastate their home planet in the process. There's something else, Rodriguez continued. The AI has been analyzing the enemy fleet composition. Some of those technologies are completely unknown to human science. The reality-bending capabilities of the Void Walkers, the dimensional phase technology of the Crystalline Collective. We don't know how effective our weapons will be against them. Commander Williams joined the discussion. Captain, I've been monitoring enemy communications. They're not just here to destroy us. They want to capture the ship intact and study our technology. Why? Sarah asked. Because they're afraid, Williams replied. Admiral Keithvar's private communications with his fleet commanders showed genuine terror. They believe humanity could build more ships like this one. The galaxy is uniting not just to stop us, but to prevent us from changing the balance of power permanently. Sarah realized the true scope of their situation. This wasn't just about one ship or one battle. The galaxy was trying to prevent humanity from becoming a major power. They wanted to keep humans confined to their small corner of space, dependent on alien technology and subject to alien laws. Captain, Dr. Park said quietly, I've been monitoring civilian communication channels throughout human space. Word is leaked about our situation. The entire human population knows that their most advanced warship is facing impossible odds. What's the public reaction? Pride, Captain. They're proud that humanity built something that scares the entire galaxy, but they're also afraid of what happens if we lose. Sarah understood that fear. If the Prometheus Unbound was defeated, humanity would face severe restrictions on their technological development. They would be permanently relegated to a minor species, forever dependent on the goodwill of more advanced civilizations. Recommendations, Sarah asked her senior staff. Fight, Rodriguez said immediately. The ship was built to defend humanity. That's exactly what we should do. The odds are impossible, Williams countered. 8,000 ships, Captain. Even our advanced technology has limits. The AI believes we can win, Park added. And the computer has access to tactical data we can't even process. Sarah looked at each of her officers in turn. These were the best minds humanity had produced, and they were divided on the correct course of action. The decision would ultimately rest with her. I need some time to think, Sarah said. Dismissed. As her staff left the bridge, Sarah remained at the tactical display. 8,000 alien ships hung at the edge of the solar system, waiting for her answer. Behind them stood the combined might of galactic civilization, determined to prevent humanity from challenging their authority. But behind Sarah stood humanity itself. Billions of people who had built their greatest achievement despite alien laws and restrictions. They had proven that humans could create technology that surpassed anything the galaxy had seen. The question now was whether one ship, no matter how advanced, could stand against the combined might of the known universe. Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as the 12-hour deadline expired. Through the main view screen, she could see the massive galactic fleet beginning to move. Over 8,000 ships from 47 different civilizations advanced toward her single vessel, with the inevitability of a cosmic storm. All stations report ready for combat, Commander Williams announced from the tactical station. Quantum fold armor is active, stellar plasma manipulators are charged, and the AI has calculated initial targeting solutions. Sarah had spent her final hours walking through the ship, speaking with the crew. 5,000 human souls depended on her decisions today. They had volunteered for this mission knowing the risks, but none of them could have imagined facing odds like these. Captain, Dr. Park called from the science station, I'm detecting massive energy buildups throughout the enemy fleet. They're coordinating their attack. The Alien Alliance had learned from Admiral Keithvar's defeat. Instead of attacking piecemeal, they planned to overwhelm the Prometheus Unbound with simultaneous strikes from multiple directions. It was a sound tactical approach that should have guaranteed victory. Incoming transmission, Hayes reported. Eternal Watcher of Stars appeared on the main screen, the Ancient's ethereal features showing something that might have been regret. Captain Chen, you have chosen the path of resistance. I am older than your species by millions of years, and I take no pleasure in what must now occur. Then don't do it, Sarah replied. Withdraw your fleets and let humanity develop in peace. Peace is precisely what we seek to preserve, the Ancient responded. Your vessel represents chaos and destruction on a galactic scale. We cannot permit it to exist. The transmission ended and Sarah turned to her crew. All hands, this is the captain. Today we fight not just for our ship, but for humanity's right to defend itself. Show them what humans can accomplish when we refuse to accept defeat. The first wave of attacks came from the Crystalline Collective ships. Dozens of gem-like vessels began phase-shifting through dimensions, appearing at random locations around the Prometheus Unbound. Their weapons fired beams of coherent light that could cut through most known materials. The quantum fold armor responded exactly as designed. The crystal beams passed through sections of the ship's hull that existed in alternate dimensions, while striking sections that were temporarily solid. The effect was surreal. Weapons fire seemed to phase in and out of reality around the human vessel. "No damage reported," called the damage control officer. "Quantum armor is operating at peak efficiency." Sarah watched in fascination as the AI coordinated their response. The stellar plasma manipulators fired with impossible precision, drawing energy from the sun and focusing it into concentrated beams. 3 crystalline ships disintegrated instantly, their phase shift technology offering no protection against the raw fury of solar fire. "Second wave incoming," Williams announced. Mechanical ships from the machine Concordat. The robot vessels approached in perfect geometric formations, their movements precise and calculated. Each ship was a masterpiece of engineering, with adaptive armor that could reconfigure itself to resist different types of attacks. Against conventional weapons, they were nearly invulnerable. The Prometheus Unbound activated its gravity well generators. Space distorted around the mechanical ships, creating artificial gravity fields that crushed their hulls like tin cans. The perfectly calculated formations collapsed as ships were pulled together by forces that exceeded their structural limits. "Impossible." Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency communication channel. "Our sensors show gravitational anomalies that shouldn't exist." "You're seeing what happens when humans decide to rewrite the laws of physics," Sarah replied calmly. The battle continued with wave after wave of alien attacks. Hive-mind drones swarmed the Prometheus Unbound in chaotic formations, only to be destroyed by weapons that fired faster than their collective intelligence could process. Symbiont Union vessels attempted to board the human ship using biological attachments, but the quantum armor made physical contact impossible. For 3 hours, the engagement continued with the same pattern. Alien fleets attacked with overwhelming numbers and advanced technology, only to be repelled by capabilities that seemed to mock the fundamental laws of the universe. But the Prometheus Unbound was not invulnerable. "Captain?" Rodriguez's voice came through the communication system, strain evident in his tone. "The stellar plasma manipulators are showing signs of stress. Drawing this much energy from the sun is pushing the systems beyond their design limits." Sarah felt her first real concern of the battle. The ship's exotic weapons required enormous amounts of power, and even their advanced technology had physical constraints. "How much longer can we maintain current operations?" she asked. 30 minutes at most before we risk cascade failures in the primary systems." Sarah studied the tactical display. They had destroyed over 400 enemy ships, but thousands more remained. The alien alliance was learning from each failed attack, adapting their strategies and coordinating more effectively. "Captain," the AI spoke through the ship's communication system, "recommend activation of emergency combat protocols. Multiple Voidwalker vessels are approaching with reality distortion fields active." Sarah had read about Voidwalker technology in classified reports, but seeing it in action was disturbing. Space around their ship seemed to bend and twist, creating areas where the normal laws of physics simply didn't apply. Energy weapons fired backward in time, gravity flowed upward, and matter behaved in impossible ways. "Activate all defensive systems," Sarah ordered. The quantum fold armor struggled against attacks that came from directions that didn't exist in normal space-time. Reality distortion fields created paradoxes that the ship's systems couldn't fully compensate for. For the first time since the battle began, damage reports started coming in. "Hull breach on Deck 7, reported damage control. The reality distortion is causing structural failures in areas that technically aren't there." Sarah felt the ship shudder as exotic weapons struck systems that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The Prometheus Unbound was taking damage from attacks that bypassed conventional defenses entirely. "Captain," Dr. Park called out, her voice tight with concern. "The ancient vessels are beginning to move. They've been observing our responses and now they're joining the battle." Sarah watched as the most mysterious ships in the galaxy advanced. Ancient technology was so far beyond current understanding, that their vessels looked more like works of art than machines of war. They moved without visible propulsion, changed shape without apparent mechanisms, and radiated energy patterns that defied analysis. The first ancient weapon struck the Prometheus Unbound with devastating effect. The ship's artificial intelligence screamed warnings as fundamental systems began failing. The attack hadn't damaged the ship's hull or weapons. It had somehow altered the basic physical constants that allowed their technology to function. Stellar plasma manipulators are offline, Williams reported. The energy conversion process has become impossible. The ancients have changed local physics. Sarah realized they were facing an enemy that could rewrite reality itself. No matter how advanced human technology had become, the ancients had millions of years of experience manipulating the universe's fundamental forces. Captain, Rodriguez's voice carried desperation. Multiple cascade failures throughout all major systems. We're losing the quantum fold armor. The gravity wells are destabilizing and the main reactors are showing critical instabilities. Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. They had fought brilliantly for hours, proving that human determination and ingenuity could stand against impossible odds. But they were facing the combined technological might of the galaxy, including forces that operated beyond normal physics. Options? She asked quietly. We could attempt a tactical withdrawal, Williams suggested. The quantum drives might allow us to escape the immediate battle zone. The ancients would follow us, Park countered. Their ships can track through any known form of space travel. Sarah stared at the tactical display as more red warning indicators appeared. The Prometheus Unbound was dying around them, its impossible weapons finally meeting enemies they couldn't defeat. Then she remembered something from the ship's technical specifications. A system so dangerous that it had been classified beyond her normal clearance level, a weapon that Admiral Martinez had mentioned only once and only in hypothetical terms. Rodriguez, she called over the communication system. What's the status of the stellar destabilization array? There was a long pause before Rodriguez responded. Captain, that system has never been tested. The theoretical projections suggest it could destabilize our entire stellar region. Sarah felt the weight of the ultimate decision. Humanity had built one final weapon into their greatest ship, a device that could threaten stars themselves. It was a weapon of last resort, designed to ensure that if the Prometheus Unbound fell, it would take its enemies with it. Around her, the ship continued to take damage as the alien fleet pressed their advantage. Ancient weapons were systematically disabling her most advanced systems, while thousands of conventional ships prepared for the final assault. The stellar destabilization array powered up with a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of spacetime. Sarah Chen felt the deck plates beneath her feet trembling as the Prometheus Unbound's most dangerous weapon prepared to activate. Around her, the bridge crew worked frantically to maintain control of failing systems, while the galactic fleet closed in for what they believed would be the final assault. Array charging at 15%, reported Commander Rodriguez over the communication system. Captain, once we reach activation threshold, there will be no stopping the process. Sarah watched the tactical display as ancient vessels moved closer, their reality-distorting weapons systematically dismantling her ship's defenses. Conventional alien fleets had formed a massive sphere around the Prometheus Unbound, ready to deliver overwhelming firepower the moment their exotic allies finished disabling the human vessel. 30% and rising, Rodriguez continued. The stellar manipulation field is beginning to affect local space. Dr. Park looked up from her science station with alarm. Captain, I'm detecting gravitational anomalies throughout the solar system. The array is actually beginning to destabilize our sun. Through the view screen, Sarah could see the impossible sight of their star beginning to flicker. Solar flares erupted in patterns that defied all known physics, while the star's surface rippled like liquid under the influence of forces that shouldn't exist. 60%, Rodriguez announced. We're past the point of safe shutdown. The effects were immediate and terrifying. Emergency alerts began flooding the communication systems as monitoring stations throughout the solar system detected the stellar irregularities. Earth itself would feel the consequences within hours as the sun's energy output became increasingly unstable. Eternal Watcher of Stars materialized on the main screen without being hailed, the ancient's ethereal features showing shock and horror. Captain Chen, what have you done? What humanity does best, Sarah replied grimly. We've created a solution that terrifies everyone, including ourselves. You cannot be serious about activating such a device, the ancient said. But Sarah could hear uncertainty in that ageless voice. The stellar destabilization would affect dozens of systems. Billions of beings would die. Then call off your attack, Sarah said simply. Around the bridge, her crew continued their work with professional calm despite the magnitude of what was occurring. These men and women understood that they might be witnessing the last moments of their civilization, but they remained focused on their duties. 75%, Rodriguez reported. The sun is now showing signs of imminent collapse or explosion. The computer models can't predict which will occur first. Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the emergency channel, his usual composure completely shattered. All ships. Immediate withdrawal to minimum safe distance. The humans have activated a stellar weapon. Sarah watched the tactical display as the massive galactic fleet began pulling back from the Prometheus Unbound. Ships that had been closing for the kill were now fleeing at maximum speed, desperate to escape the potential blast radius of an exploding star. But some vessels remained. The ancient ships held their positions, and Sarah realized they were using their reality manipulation technology to try to contain the stellar destabilization. Space around the sun began to shimmer as forces beyond human understanding struggled to maintain cosmic stability. 85%, Rodriguez announced. Captain, the ancients are somehow slowing the destabilization process, but it's not enough to stop it completely. Eternal Watcher of Stars reappeared on the screen, the being's features now showing strain. Captain Chen, we are attempting to prevent a cosmic catastrophe. Your weapon is more dangerous than we calculated. Please deactivate the array before it's too late. Sarah felt the weight of ultimate responsibility. With a single command, she could save the solar system and billions of lives throughout local space. But she could also ensure humanity's permanent subjugation to alien authority. What guarantees do I have? Sarah asked. If I shut down the array, what prevents you from resuming the attack? You have my word, the ancient replied, and the word of one who has watched over this galaxy for millions of years. Not enough, Sarah said. I need formal agreement from all 47 civilizations represented in your fleet. There is no time for such negotiations. Eternal Watcher of Stars protested. The stellar collapse is accelerating beyond our ability to contain. Sarah looked at her tactical officer. Williams, how many enemy ships remain in the immediate area? All major combat vessels have withdrawn beyond the projected blast radius, Williams reported. Only the ancient containment ships remain close enough to threaten us. Sarah made her decision. Rodriguez, reduce the array to 80% and hold at that level. Don't shut it down, but don't let it reach critical activation. Understood, Captain. Holding at 80%. The effect was immediate. The sun's erratic behavior stabilized somewhat. Still dangerous, but no longer on the verge of immediate collapse. The ancient containment efforts became more effective, creating a tense balance between destruction and control. You're walking a very dangerous line, Captain Chen, Eternal Watcher of Stars said, but there was respect in the ancient voice now. Humanity has always walked dangerous lines, Sarah replied. It's how we've survived and advanced. Now let's talk about terms. Over the next hour, the most unusual negotiation in galactic history took place. Sarah Chen, captain of a single damaged warship, dictated terms to representatives of 47 civilizations while holding a stellar weapon at their collective throats. The final agreement was unprecedented in scope. Humanity would be permitted to maintain advanced military technology, including limited numbers of vessels with capabilities similar to the Prometheus Unbound. In exchange, they agreed to restrictions on stellar weapons and joint research projects with other galactic civilizations. The most important provision, Eternal Watcher of Stars explained, is that humanity will share certain technological advances while maintaining the right to defend themselves. The galaxy recognizes that your species possesses unique capabilities that could benefit all civilizations. Sarah felt a mixture of pride and exhaustion as she reviewed the treaty documents. Humanity had fought the entire galaxy and forced them to accept human independence, but the cost had been enormous. Rodriguez, begin shutdown procedures for the stellar destabilization array, she ordered. Acknowledged, Captain. Beginning controlled shutdown sequence. As the dangerous weapon powered down, Sarah watched the sun slowly return to normal behavior. The crisis was over, but she knew that nothing would ever be the same. Humanity had proven they could create technology that threatened the cosmic order itself. "Captain," Dr. Park said quietly, "long-range sensors are detecting the galactic fleet withdrawing to their home territories. The immediate threat is over." Sarah nodded, then activated the ship-wide communication system. "All hands, this is the captain. Today we have achieved something that seemed impossible. We have secured humanity's right to determine our own future among the stars. Every person aboard this ship should be proud of what we have accomplished." Commander Williams looked up from his station. "Captain, we're receiving a transmission from Earth Command. Admiral Martinez wants to speak with you." Sarah smiled for the first time in days. "Put him through." Admiral Martinez appeared on the screen, his face showing relief and amazement. "Captain Chen, the entire human race has been watching the sensor feeds from Luna Station. You and your crew have written a new chapter in human history. We did what the ship was designed to do, Admiral. We defended humanity." "And you did it magnificently," Martinez replied. "But I should warn you, the political situation has changed dramatically. The Galactic Treaty recognizes humanity as a major power, but it also makes us a target for any civilization that wants to challenge the new order." Sarah understood the implications. The Prometheus Unbound had won humanity's independence, but it had also marked them as a species to be watched and potentially feared throughout the galaxy. "What are our orders, Admiral?" "The ship will be stationed at the edge of human space as a deterrent force. Your crew will remain as her permanent complement, and construction will begin on sister ships to patrol our other borders." Sarah looked around the bridge at her crew. These brave souls had volunteered for a single mission and ended up becoming the guardians of human civilization itself. "One more thing, Captain," Martinez added. "The Galactic Treaty includes a provision that the Prometheus Unbound's location will remain classified. As far as most of the galaxy knows, the ship has disappeared into the Outer Rim territories." Sarah smiled grimly. Humanity's greatest weapon would become a legend, a story told in whispers throughout alien space. The ship that had forced the entire galaxy to negotiate would fade into myth, its location known only to humanity's highest leadership. "Understood, Admiral. We'll be ready if the galaxy ever threatens humanity again." As the communication ended, Sarah looked out at the stars through the main view screen. Somewhere among those distant lights were civilizations that now feared and respected human ingenuity. They had learned that when pushed to their limits, humans would create solutions that defied every convention and expectation. The silence in the command room was heavy as the massive gates of the Galactic Council Station finally came into view. Captain John Davis stood on the bridge of the USS Dakota, watching the enormous structure grow larger through the main screen. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the armrest of his command chair until his knuckles turned white. 3 months late, Lieutenant Steve Parker said quietly from the navigation console. He didn't need to add anything more. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Outside the viewports, they could see the other delegations already docked. The Kretak fleet was unmistakable with their sleek silver ships that looked more like art pieces than war vessels. The Varathi crystal ships sparkled even in the distant starlight, their ancient technology a mystery to everyone. And there were the Zephan dreadnoughts, massive war machines covered in scars and weapons that spoke of countless battles. Compared to these massive fleets, Earth's small group of ships looked pitiful. The Dakota, the Phoenix, the Liberty, and 3 smaller escort vessels. Each ship bore the same strange marks and discoloration, though anyone looking closely might notice they looked more like old stains than battle damage. Ambassador Lydia Brooks entered the bridge, her diplomatic uniform crisp despite their long journey. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, practicing speeches and studying alien customs. None of that preparation had included being 3 months late to their first meeting with the galactic community. "Captain, we need to dock soon," she said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. "The longer we wait, the worse it looks." John nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the comm button on his chair. "This is Captain Davis to all ships. Prepare for docking. Remember, we're representing all of Earth here. Act professional." The docking procedure went smoothly, though John noticed several alien vessels moving away from their approach vector. Whether this was normal procedure or deliberate disrespect, he couldn't tell. As they secured to the station, he could see alien faces pressed against viewports watching them. The docking bay was massive, designed to accommodate ships from dozens of different species. The human delegation walked across the metal floor, their boots echoing in the cavernous space. Alien workers stopped their tasks to stare, making clicking and chirping sounds among themselves. The council chamber was even more impressive, a sphere of holographic displays and floating platforms, with delegates from various species arranged in a complex hierarchy. The humans were directed to the smallest platform, tucked away in a corner where they could barely see the main proceedings. Vex Thor, the council leader, appeared as a shimmering hologram, its crystalline body pulsed with colors as it spoke, its words translated by their earpieces. "The Terran delegation arrives at last," Vex Thor announced, its tone carrying clear disapproval throughout the chamber. 3 standard months after the appointed time. Several delegates clicked and chirped what could only be laughter. Tarvex, the Kretak representative, made a gesture that their briefing materials had identified as contempt. Ambassador Brooks stepped forward. "Honored Council, I apologize for our delay. We encountered unexpected challenges on our journey here. Earth is eager to join the galactic community and contribute our knowledge and resources." "Challenges?" Tarvex interrupted, its melodic voice somehow managing to sound condescending. "Perhaps the Terrans are simply not advanced enough to navigate standard space lanes." More clicking laughter echoed through the chamber. John felt his jaw tighten, but Brooks continued calmly. "We are prepared to demonstrate Earth's capabilities and discuss trade agreements, territorial boundaries, and technological exchange." Vex Thor's hologram shifted to a deep purple. "Terrans will accept the assignments determined by this council. Your tardiness shows disrespect for galactic protocols. You will receive territory in the dead zones, sectors 7 through 12. Trade agreements will be determined after you prove your worth." The dead zones. John had reviewed the star charts during their journey, vast areas of space marked as uninhabitable, with no resources or strategic value. Essentially, they were being given the worst possible assignment. "With respect," Brooks said, trying to maintain diplomatic protocol, "perhaps a more detailed discussion of territorial assignments would be beneficial. We've prepared comprehensive data on Earth's military capabilities and resource contributions." The Zephon delegate, a massive creature that looked like it was made of rock and metal, spoke for the first time. Its voice was like grinding stone. "Show us these capabilities." Brooks nodded to John, who activated a portable holographic display. It showed clean images of Earth's fleet, technical specifications, and military rankings. Standard diplomatic presentation materials. The chamber fell quiet for a moment, then erupted in what was clearly laughter. The Vorathi delegate's ancient form vibrated with amusement. "These are your war vessels?" Tarvex asked, making that contemptuous gesture again. "How charming. They barely qualify as transport ships by our standards." John noticed Steve Parker's hand move toward his sidearm. "Then stop. Good discipline." They had all been briefed on maintaining calm under provocation. "We appreciate the Council's evaluation," Brooks said smoothly. "Earth is eager to learn and grow within the galactic community." Vex Thor's colors shifted to a dismissive yellow. "You may begin patrols of your assigned sectors immediately. This council expects regular reports. Any violations of galactic law will result in immediate expulsion from this body." The meeting continued with other delegates discussing matters that didn't include Earth. The humans stood on their small platform, ignored by everyone except for occasional glances that ranged from dismissive to openly mocking. When they were finally dismissed, the human delegation walked back to their ships in silence. Only when they were aboard the Dakota with the airlock sealed behind them did anyone speak. "Well," Steve said, removing his dress uniform jacket, "that went about as expected." John moved to the observation port, looking out at the alien vessels. Their technology was clearly superior, their ships larger, their presence in the galaxy established. But as he watched, he noticed something. The alien ships were pristine, gleaming with pride and power. The human ships, by contrast, were stained. Dark marks covered the hull plates. Some areas showed hurried repairs, and one section of the Dakota, still bore the distinctive pattern of something that had burned through the armor and been patched from inside. "Captain," Steve said quietly, "should I tell the crew about our assignments?" John turned back to his officers. Lydia was already at a terminal, reviewing the data they'd been given. The dead zones weren't just worthless territory. According to their own readings, something was very wrong with those sectors. High energy readings, distorted communications, and worst of all, no ships that entered certain areas ever reported back. "Tell them to prepare for patrol duty," John said simply. "And Steve?" "Yes, sir?" "Make sure maintenance gets those hull stains cleaned up. We want to look professional for the next council meeting." Steve nodded, though they both knew the stains would come back. They always did. It was just a matter of time before the humans encountered whatever made the dead zone so dead. As the human ships detached from the station and set course for their assigned territories, the other delegates watched from their observation decks. The humans departed without ceremony, their small fleet disappearing into the darkness of space. In the council chamber, discussions continued about various topics. Trade routes were adjusted, territorial disputes were resolved, and new technologies were shared among the established members. "The Terrans seem quiet," the Varathi delegate observed during a break in proceedings. "All new species are overwhelmed at first," Tarvex replied dismissively. "They'll learn their place soon enough." Vexthor's hologram pulsed with a thoughtful green. "Did anyone else notice their ships?" "Primitive designs," the Zephan delegate rumbled. "Barely space-worthy." "No," Vexthor continued. "The markings, the stains, those weren't decorative." The chamber fell quiet for a moment. "Probably just poor maintenance," Tarvex said confidently. "New species rarely understand proper ship care." The discussion moved on to other matters, and the mystery of the human ships was forgotten. After all, what could a species that arrived 3 months late possibly know about real combat? Outside the station, the human fleet was already adjusting course for Sector 7. Aboard each ship, crews prepared for what they knew was coming. Weapons were checked, systems were tested, and medical bays were stocked with extra supplies. In the Dakota's medical bay, Dr. Nancy Wright examined the surgical equipment one more time. The tools were well used, and despite her best efforts, some still carried faint stains that wouldn't wash out. She knew from experience that they would be needed again soon. On the bridge, John sat in his command chair, studying the tactical displays. The dead zone showed areas of complete sensor blackout, regions where even quantum communications failed. His crew moved around him with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this too many times before. "Captain," the communications officer called out, "we're receiving automated warnings about our new patrol area. Standard safety protocols." "Anything specific?" "The usual. Avoid certain coordinates. Maintain minimum safe distance from anomalies. Report any unusual readings immediately." John nodded. Warnings that meant nothing because they didn't explain what the dangers actually were. But he and his crew already knew what lurked in the darker corners of space. They had spent months fighting their way through it just to reach the council station. "Set course for Sector 7, he ordered. "All ships maintain formation, shields at full power." As the human fleet accelerated toward their assigned territory, the council station grew smaller behind them. None of the other delegates bothered to watch them leave. Why would they? Just another new species being shown their place in the galactic order. Aboard the Dakota, Steve Parker stood at the tactical station, running final checks on the weapon systems. He paused at the secondary display, which showed the external sensor readings. There it was again, that slight energy fluctuation at the edge of their detection range. He'd seen it before, too many times. "Steve," John called from the command chair, "how long until we reach the first coordinate?" 12 hours at current speed, Captain." "Good. Notify all ships to run full diagnostics before we arrive. I want everyone ready." "Aye, sir." The crew continued with their preparations, their movements practiced and precise. They had done this before many times. The council thought they were giving Earth the worst possible assignment, but they didn't understand. The human crews had spent months clearing exactly these types of zones just to reach civilized space. As the ships disappeared into the darkness, the last thing visible from the station was the faint trail of their engines. And perhaps, if anyone had been looking closely enough, they might have noticed that the dark stains on the hull seemed to pulse slightly in the starlight. But no one was looking that closely. The aliens had already dismissed the humans as unimportant. They would learn their mistake soon enough. 2 weeks after their first council meeting, Captain Mary Johnson stood in the requisitions office aboard the council station. She had been waiting for 4 hours, holding a simple request form for replacement parts. The queue number on the screen still hadn't moved. The office was designed for multiple species with seating areas and interfaces that could accommodate any alien physiology. Mary chose to stand, partly because all the chairs seemed designed for creatures with more or fewer joints than humans, and partly because sitting felt wrong after so many months of combat readiness. Next, the Varathi clerk announced in its musical tone. 3 beings ahead of Mary filed forward, receiving instant approval for their requests. Complex technical equipment, rare materials, entire ship systems, all approved with a casual wave of crystalline appendages. Finally, Mary's number appeared on the screen. Request for standard hull plating. Grade 5, she said, handing over the pad. Our ship sustained minor damage during our journey here. The clerk examined the request, its crystal body dimming slightly. Terran vessels, hull damage, denied. Denied? Mary kept her voice level. It's standard maintenance material. Terrans have not established resource credits. Furthermore, damage. Claims must be verified by Council inspection team. Processing time, 90 standard days. Mary felt the familiar weight of frustration. We've already submitted damage reports from our journey. The battle scans clearly show battle scans. The clerk's color shifted to what Mary had learned was confusion. Terran vessels reported no combat encounters en route to station. Of course we did. Every single ship denied. Next. Mary walked out of the office, her jaw clenched. This was the 5th department that had rejected their basic requests. Food synthesizer components, medical supplies, even simple data access, all denied for reasons that seemed to change every time. In the corridor, she met General Henry Clark and diplomat Susan Taylor. Henry looked even grimmer than usual, his gray hair making him appear older than his 45 years. Let me guess, Mary said. More denials? The Kretak Trade Commission refused to even review our planetary resource surveys, Susan replied, her usual diplomatic calm fraying. They suggested we learn better survey techniques from established species. The Zephan wouldn't grant us access to standard tactical databases, Henry added. Apparently, our military structure is too primitive to understand their basic combat manuals. The 3 humans walked together toward their temporary quarters. The station corridors were busy with alien species, all seeming to move with purpose, while the humans struggled through basic administrative tasks. I don't understand this, Mary said quietly. We've met every requirement they listed. Our documentation is complete, our ships passed all technical inspections, and we've already deployed to our assigned sectors. It's not about requirements, Henry said grimly. It's about making us understand our place. They want us to give up and go home. Susan stopped at an observation window, looking out at the human ships docked along the outer rim. The Dakota, Phoenix, and Liberty looked tiny compared to the massive alien vessels, but Susan could see the human crews working tirelessly on maintenance and repairs. Look at our people, she said softly. They've been working non-stop since we arrived. Chief Martinez hasn't slept in 30 hours. Dr. Wright is running diagnostics on medical equipment that shouldn't need it. Mary followed her gaze and noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. The human maintenance crews moved differently than the alien workers. Faster, more urgent, constantly checking their surroundings, like soldiers expecting an attack. Meanwhile, in the Council diplomatic zone, the daily session was beginning. The humans were required to attend, though they rarely spoke. Ambassador Lydia Brooks sat on their small platform reviewing notes that she knew wouldn't matter. Today's topic was resource allocation for the outer territories. The same territories the humans had been assigned to patrol. The dead zones remain. Unproductive, Vexthor announced. Sectors 7 through 12 show no resource potential and minimal strategic value. The Terrans patrol those zones now, Tarvex added with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they will find some use for empty space. The Zephan delegate rumbled thoughtfully. Unusual energy readings reported from Sector 9, possibly residual quantum fluctuations. Natural phenomena, the Varathi representative dismissed. Those sectors are known for sensor ghosts, nothing of concern. Lydia felt her earpiece activate. It was John Davis communicating from the Dakota. Ambassador, we've just completed our first full patrol of Sector 7, requesting permission to file our report. She tapped her acknowledgement, then raised her hand to speak. The council chamber quieted. Earth would like to submit our preliminary patrol report for Sectors 7 and 8. Unnecessary, Vexthor responded quickly. Initial patrols rarely provide useful data. Wait until you've completed multiple cycles. With respect, Lydia continued, our findings may be relevant to the current discussion. We've detected several anomalies that Terrans may not contribute to tactical discussions until they complete orientation period, Tarvex interrupted. Standard procedure for new species. Learn before attempting to teach. The other delegates clicked and chirped in agreement. Lydia sat back, noting that the orientation period hadn't been mentioned at any previous session. The rules seemed to change whenever humans tried to participate. After the session, the human delegation gathered in their quarters. The room was cramped compared to those assigned to other species, with basic furnishings that required them to adapt rather than being adapted for them. They're not going to let us contribute anything, Henry said bluntly, no matter what we find out there. I managed to get 5 minutes with a Vorathite trade advisor, Susan reported. He admitted that dead zones are usually assigned to new species as a test. Apparently, most give up after a few months and request reassignment to civilized sectors. So it's a hazing ritual, Mary concluded. More than that, John said, entering the room. It's designed to break us. They want us to come running back begging for better treatment. Then they'll know they can control us. The group sat in silence for a moment. Through the small viewport, they could see the station's main docking area, where alien crews moved around their pristine ships with casual efficiency. Captain, Lydia said carefully, Steve Parker mentioned that our ships have unusual markings, stains that won't come out. Is there something about our journey here that I should know? John exchanged glances with Mary and Henry. The military personnel shared some communication that the diplomats couldn't read. Nothing relevant to council proceedings, John replied diplomatically. But that night, when most of the station was in its sleep cycle, Bill Martinez worked in the Dakota's engineering bay. He was cleaning weapons systems that officially weren't supposed to need cleaning. The energy signatures were all wrong for standard maintenance. Hey, Bill, a voice called. It was Nancy Wright, the ship's doctor. You still up? Yeah, you? She held up a data pad. Medical supply inventory. We're running low on trauma kits. Again? 4th time this month, and the council won't approve our requisition for more. Bill paused in his work, looking at the energy weapon he was calibrating. Its setting went far higher than standard military specifications. You know, Doc, other species don't seem to run through medical supplies this fast. Other species don't seem to run through much of anything this fast, Nancy agreed. Have you noticed their ships? Nothing ever seems to break. Nothing needs constant repair. Yeah. Bill returned to his work. But their ships don't have the same modifications ours do. Nancy left soon after, but Bill continued working. Near dawn, he discovered something interesting. The energy readings from the weapon's power core showed traces of something that shouldn't exist. Exotic particles that, according to Council technology databases, were purely theoretical. He made a note to report it to Captain Davis, then decided against it. Some things were better documented quietly. Across the station, similar scenes played out. Human crews working through the night, maintaining equipment that seemed to require constant attention. Alien observers occasionally asked questions, But the humans offered only standard explanations: preventive maintenance, calibration checks, standard military procedure. In the command center of the council station, automatic systems recorded these patterns: unusual power draws, excessive maintenance cycles, modified equipment signatures. The data was flagged for review but never reached anyone's attention. After all, new species always had adjustment periods. 3 weeks into their station rotation, the pattern was clear. Every human request faced maximum bureaucratic resistance. Every report was dismissed, every suggestion ignored. The other species continued their business without acknowledging the humans beyond basic protocol. Yet the human ships kept departing for their patrols, returning with their crews showing signs of fatigue that went beyond standard duty cycles. Ship rotations that should have been routine seemed to leave maintenance crews working overtime. Medical staff documented injury rates that seemed excessive for peaceful patrol duty. "They're testing us," Susan concluded during one of their evening meetings. "Everything about this is designed to see how much we'll tolerate before we break." "The question is," Mary said grimly, "what happens when they realize we've been through worse than anything they can devise?" John was quiet for a moment, then stood by the viewport. Outside, the alien fleets floated in perfect formation, their pristine hulls reflecting the station's lights. "They'll keep pushing," he said finally, "until they understand why our ships look different, why our crews act different, why we don't break. And then they'll wish they'd listened when we tried to warn them about the dead zones." The room fell silent. Outside, the station continued its endless rotation, maintaining the fiction that humanity was just another new species learning its place in the galactic community. In Sector 8, the USS Liberty reported another anomaly. In Sector 9, energy readings spiked beyond normal parameters. And in Sector 7, something that shouldn't exist had been detected at the edge of their patrol range. The Council databases automatically filed these reports under new species training data and marked them for review in 6 months, standard time. By then, according to historical patterns, the humans would either accept their place in the hierarchy or voluntarily withdraw from Council membership. What the databases didn't account for was the possibility that humanity wasn't like other species, that their late arrival hadn't been a failure of navigation, but something else entirely. In the quiet hours before dawn, Chief Martinez completed his weapon modifications. Dr. Wright organized her medical supplies, and Captain Davis reviewed patrol reports that no one at the Council would ever read carefully enough to understand. The bureaucratic nightmare continued, but so did human resistance. Not through protests or demands, but through relentless preparation for something the aliens couldn't see coming. Something that had already killed many humans on their journey to the Council. Something that waited in the dead zones, patient and hungry. Something that the Council would eventually come to understand was the real reason why humanity's ships carried the stains of war, and why their crews could endure any administrative torture the bureaucrats could devise. Because compared to what waited in the dark between stars, Council paperwork was nothing at all. The first disappearance happened on day 28. The Kretak exploration vessel Silver Wind had ventured too close to Sector 9 during a routine asteroid survey. When they failed to report at their scheduled check-in, the Council dispatched search vessels. They found nothing, not even debris. On day 31, a Varathi scientific probe lost contact while approaching Sector 11. The last transmission was a brief burst of static and what sounded like screaming, though Varathi claimed their probes didn't carry audio equipment. By day 35, 3 more ships had gone silent in the vicinity of human patrol zones. In the Council chambers, the atmosphere changed. The dismissive chatter died down. Delegates spoke in hushed tones, glancing toward the small human platform with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but wasn't friendship either. "Unusual patterns," Bexthor announced during the emergency session. "Ships approaching Terran. Patrol zones experience communication failures." "Coincidence," Tarvek said, but its melodic voice carried less confidence. "The dead zones are known for sensor interference." 5 ships, the Zephan delegate rumbled. 5 ships in 7 days. This exceeds normal anomaly rates by 300%. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood up. "Earth offers full assistance in search and rescue operations. Our ships are already on patrol in those sectors. The chamber fell completely silent. It was the first time in weeks that anyone had acknowledged the human presence beyond basic protocol. Terran vessels will maintain current assignments, Vex Thor responded after a pause. Search operations will be conducted by established species. With respect, Lydia continued, our crews have been patrolling those areas for weeks. We have detailed sensor logs and denied. Terrans lack advanced search capabilities. The session ended abruptly. The human delegation filed out, aware of the stares following them. In the corridor, they were stopped by an unusual sight, an unescorted alien approaching them. It was Rix, a young Varathi engineer who had occasionally asked polite questions about human technology. Its crystalline form pulsed with nervous energy. Ambassadors, Rix spoke quietly. Forgive the interruption. May I speak privately? Henry and Susan exchanged glances. Unofficial contact between species was technically allowed but rarely practiced. Of course, Lydia said. They moved to a small alcove off the main corridor. Rix's glow dimmed to almost invisible. The missing ships, it began hesitantly. They were all investigating energy patterns, similar to readings reported from your patrol zones. Go on, Henry encouraged. Council leadership says the disappearances are unrelated to Terran presence, but the technical staff disagrees. We see correlations, patterns. What kind of patterns? Susan asked. Power spikes preceding contact loss, gravitational anomalies, and this is difficult to explain. The final transmissions contain data that shouldn't exist. Before they could respond, Rix noticed other aliens in the corridor and quickly moved away. Forgive me, I must go, but be careful. Something is not right. The humans returned to their quarters, finding John Davis waiting for them. His expression was grimmer than usual. We intercepted transmissions from the search teams, he said without preamble. They found something. The missing ships? Parts of them, twisted metal, hull sections that show damage patterns unlike anything in Council military databases. The search teams are trying to keep it quiet, but their crews are scared. That night, Captain Lisa Brown returned from patrol with the USS Phoenix. Her crew moved through decontamination procedures with mechanical precision, their faces showing a weariness that went beyond normal fatigue. Dr. Nancy Wright was waiting in the medical bay when the first crew members arrived. Anything to report? She asked, running standard scans. Just routine patrol, Doc, the chief communications officer replied. His vital signs suggested otherwise. Elevated stress hormones, irregular heartbeat, dilated pupils, and the new hull damage. Asteroid debris. Happens all the time. Nancy nodded, though the scorch patterns she'd observed looked nothing like asteroid damage. She'd seen those marks before, during their journey to Council space. Burn patterns from weapons that officially didn't exist. In the command room, Lisa briefed John privately. We found the Silver Wind, she said simply. And? It was torn apart, hull breached from the inside. Whatever killed them knew how to bypass Kretuk shielding. John was quiet for a moment. Casualties? 37 total. But John, that's not the worst part. We found their distress logs. They were attacked by something that matched their ship exactly. Like fighting a mirror image. The implications hung in the air. The threats they had fought on their way to Council space were adapting, learning, getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the Council's military planning center, automated analysis systems were processing the search team data. The computers flagged multiple anomalies, weapon signatures that didn't match any known species, hull damage patterns suggesting directed energy weapons far more advanced than Council standards, and most disturbing, biological remains that defied classification. The duty officer, a young Zephan named Crack, reviewed the flags. His training said to escalate unusual findings, but his experience said some things were better handled quietly. He decided to run one more analysis before alerting his superiors. The results made his rocky hide shift color with concern. The biological samples contained human DNA, but they also contained something else. Something that somehow incorporated the genetic markers of whatever species they consumed. The Silver Wind crew's tissue samples showed Kretak DNA merged with unknown organic compounds, as if something had been studying them, copying them, becoming them. Crack reached for the alert system, then stopped. The humans had been in those sectors for weeks. If these things could copy biological patterns and if human DNA was present, he needed more information before triggering full emergency protocols. Aboard the Dakota, Captain Davis convened his senior staff. Mary Johnson, Lisa Brown, Henry Clark, and the ship commanders formed a circle in the war room. The displays showed tactical readouts that civilian diplomats weren't supposed to see. "Situation is escalating," John began. "The things we fought getting here are now in council space, and they're not just attacking anymore, they're learning." "How bad is it?" Mary asked. Lisa answered. "Silver Wind wasn't destroyed randomly. Whatever killed them had studied Kretak shield technology, learned their communication frequencies, and used their own systems against them. The aliens have no defense against something that can become them. Recommendations? We need to inform the council," Henry said. "Warn them about what we've encountered." "They won't listen," Lisa pointed out. "We've been trying to file reports for weeks. They think we're too primitive to have meaningful tactical intelligence." "What about the disappearances? Surely they blame us," Mary interrupted. "The timing is too convenient. Humans arrive, ships start disappearing in human patrol zones. They're already suspicious." John nodded slowly. "So we're on our own." Again. The room fell silent. Outside, the council station continued its normal operations, blissfully unaware that its newest members were already fighting a war that could destroy everything they'd built over millennia. In her laboratory, Nancy Wright examined tissue samples that had arrived with the latest casualty report. Officially, they were human injuries from patrol duty. Unofficially, they showed defensive wounds from attacks by creatures that shouldn't exist. The wounds were healing incorrectly with cellular patterns that suggested attempted replication, as if the attackers weren't just trying to kill, but to learn, to copy, to become. She sealed the samples and marked them for deep analysis. The results would take hours, but she suspected she already knew what they would show. The next morning brought more disappearances. A Zephon battlecruiser, the Iron Mountain, failed to complete its patrol. This time, the council couldn't ignore. Its Zephon vessels were considered invulnerable, their military technology the finest in the galaxy. The emergency council session was held behind closed doors, but the human delegation was summoned. "Explain," Vexthor demanded. Its crystalline form now a deep red that indicated anger. "Why ships fail only near Terran zones. We've been trying to submit reports about," Lydia began. Silence. "Evidence suggests Terran involvement in recent disappearances. Your vessels will submit to full inspection. Your crews will be interrogated." "That's impossible," Henry stepped forward. "Our ships have been in constant communication with council monitoring systems. We've been following all assigned patrol routes. Yet only ships approaching your positions disappear." The Zephon delegate suddenly rumbled, cutting off the debate. "Combat alert. Priority 1. Energy signatures detected. Something approaches the station." Alarms began wailing throughout the council chamber. Displays lit up showing massive readings just outside the station's defensive perimeter. But there was nothing visible on any screens. Then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in red light. The displays flickered back to life, showing impossible readings. 20 ships had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the station. Ships with energy signatures matching various council species perfectly, but the real ships were either in the council chamber or accounted for through tracking systems. "Mirror ships," Vexthor announced, its voice carrying the first hint of fear. "Impossible. Purely theoretical." The human delegation stood calmly, while aliens scrambled for emergency positions. John Davis activated his private comm unit. "All human vessels, this is Delta Protocol. You know what to do." Outside the station, the human ships that had seemed unremarkable for weeks suddenly displayed capabilities that made the aliens freeze in shock. Weapon systems activated that shouldn't exist. Shields engaged at levels far exceeding their rated capacity and movement patterns that broke known physics. The Dakota Phoenix and Liberty moved to intercept the mirror ships with precision that suggested months of practice against exactly this threat. Terrans, Vexthor's voice crackled. Over the general comm, explain your vessel's capabilities. Those modifications are not in your filed specifications. John looked at the council leaders, seeing understanding begin to dawn in their expressions. With respect, he said calmly, we tried to warn you. We've been fighting these things for months. They're not just mirrors. They're something else, something that learns from what it kills. The battle outside intensified. Human weapons fired energy patterns that seemed specifically designed to disrupt the mirror ship's copying ability. Alien vessels tried to join the fight but found their own weapons ineffective against enemies that matched their technology perfectly. How do you know how to fight them? Tarvex asked. Because, Ambassador Brooks answered quietly, we've been doing it since before we reached your space. We weren't late to your meeting. We were delayed fighting these things so they wouldn't. Follow us here. The council chamber erupted with questions, but they were drowned out by the sound of the battle reaching its climax. Through the viewports they could see the truth. Human ships scarred and stained from months of combat, working in perfect coordination against an enemy the council was only now realizing existed. The blood on humanity's ships wasn't from poor maintenance. It was from a war they had been fighting alone to keep the rest of the galaxy safe. And now, finally, the council was about to understand what that war had cost and why humanity had never flinched at bureaucratic harassment. They had faced so much worse. The Varathi engineer Zixtal was running emergency diagnostics when its appendage accidentally triggered a human data core. What appeared on the screen made its crystalline form pulse with shock. Holographic recordings filled the repair bay, images of space battles unlike anything in council archives. Massive creatures tearing through reality itself, ships fighting against odds that defied military doctrine, and humans, bloodied and exhausted, standing their ground against horrors that made the current crisis seem small. Zixtal tried to close the files, but more kept opening. Combat footage from the USS Liberty showed Captain Peter Williams coordinating impossible maneuvers. Medical logs displayed injuries that shouldn't be survivable. After-action reports detailed 3 months of constant warfare in regions council maps marked as empty space. Emergency alert, the computer announced. Automatic data broadcast initiated, broadcasting to all connected systems. Zixtal scrambled to stop the transmission, but human systems were designed differently. The files were already spreading across the station's network, reaching every terminal, every display, every connected device. In the Council Emergency Center, delegates froze as their screens filled with human recordings. The carefully maintained calm shattered as reality forced itself into view. Vexthor watched footage of the Dakota fighting something that twisted through dimensions, its hull breaching while the crew continued firing. This is impossible. These battles occurred in sectors we map as peaceful. Not peaceful, Ambassador Brooks said quietly. Just cleaned up. By us. The Zephan delegate activated an isolated terminal, pulling up its own military databases. Cross-referencing the human battle footage with historical records produced disturbing correlations. Energy signatures matched theoretical models of extinct threats, it announced in its grinding voice. Threats we believed destroyed millennia ago. Threats we designed our entire military doctrine to fight, hoping we'd never need it. Extinct threats fighting with current generation technology, Tarvex added, its melodic voice strained. This is not possible. Captain Mary Johnson stepped forward. They're not extinct. They evolve. They learn. They become stronger every time. We fight them. The ships you just saw attacking your station, they're based on technology they learned by destroying others. Your technology. The council chamber's main display activated, showing the results of the ongoing battle outside. Human ships moved with precision born of experience, their weapons targeting specific points on the mirror vessels that alien forces couldn't identify. How? Do you know their weak points? The Zephan delegate demanded. Because we've killed them before, Henry Clark answered simply. Hundreds of times. We lost ships, crews, entire colonies learning how to fight them. That's why we were late to your meeting. The data streams continued, Medical files showing surgeon Mary Chen performing surgery on a crewman whose DNA was being rewritten in real time by alien contamination. Engineering reports detailing how Chief Bill Martinez had invented new weapons specifically for entities that could phase through normal matter. Tactical data proving that humanity had developed countermeasures for threats the Council didn't even know existed. "Show them the deep space footage," John Davis said to his communications officer. The largest display activated, showing external camera recordings from 3 months earlier. The Dakota approaching what looked like empty space until massive creatures emerged from the dark between stars. Tentacles the size of space stations, ships that breathed and bled, weapons that bent reality around them. Footage of Lieutenant Steve Parker coordinating point defense while the bridge leaked atmosphere. Of Dr. Nancy Wright operating in zero gravity as the ship spun through impossible maneuvers. Of human Marines in boarding actions against vessels made of organic matter that regenerated faster than they could be damaged. "This is your data," Vexthor said, its color shifting to confused. "Purple? Why did your reports never mention these encounters?" "They did," Susan Taylor replied, activating her diplomatic pad. "Every report we filed, every request for resources, every tactical briefing we attempted to share, all of it was dismissed, denied or ignored." She displayed the human submission logs, hundreds of detailed reports all marked as primitive species orientation data or new member adjustment period documentation. None had been reviewed by actual Council members. "We were fighting this war while you were testing our paperwork skills," Mary Johnson said bluntly. The battle outside reached a critical point. 6 mirror ships remained, their copied systems adapting to human countermeasures. The Council's defensive fleet, despite outnumbering the attackers, suffered losses, as conventional weapons proved ineffective. "Captain Davis," Vexthor addressed John directly for the first time with respect. "Your ships are severely outgunned. Why do you continue fighting?" "Because," John replied, watching the tactical display. "This is what we do. What we've been doing for months. What we tried to tell you we were doing." He activated the Dakota's command channel. "All human vessels execute protocol blackout." The alien delegates watched in amazement as human ships suddenly disappeared from sensors, only to reappear in perfect formation behind the mirror vessels. The attack was swift and coordinated, striking at points that seemed random to alien observers, but followed a pattern learned through costly experience. "How is this possible?" Tarvex asked. "Your technology was judged inferior to ours." "It is inferior," Henry admitted. "But we've been fighting things that laugh at superior technology. We learned adaptation, we learned survival. We learned to kill monsters with primitive tools because that's all we had." The recordings continued playing on multiple screens. Footage of humanity's journey to Council space became a horror story of constant battle, desperate innovation, and sacrifice. Crews stranded on damaged ships holding out for weeks against creatures that hunted through hyperspace. Entire battle groups vanishing, their fate known only through scattered distress signals. "This explains the blood," Zixtal said softly. "The stains on your ships aren't maintenance failures." "No," Nancy Wright confirmed. "They're from crew members who died holding the line. From passengers we couldn't save. From things that bleed, but shouldn't exist. We tried to clean them, but some stains don't wash out, some memories don't fade." The battle outside reached its conclusion as the last mirror ship fell to coordinated human fire. The Council station's alarms finally stopped wailing, but the silence in the chamber was even more oppressive. "Damage report," Vexthor commanded. 37. "Council vessels lost," the automated system responded. 43 severely damaged, human casualties 7 wounded, none fatal. The disparity was stark. Council forces, with their advanced technology and superior numbers, had been decimated. Humanity, fighting with primitive ships, had suffered minor casualties. "Why didn't you tell us?" Vexithor asked, its color now a confused mix of red and blue. "Why endure our mockery when you could have revealed this? Would you have believed us?" Ambassador Brooks asked gently. "A species that arrives late claiming they've been fighting galaxy-threatening monsters that you've never detected? With technology you've already judged as inferior?" The council delegates exchanged glances. The question answered itself. The Zephon delegate reviewed its military assessments. Our doctrine requires overwhelming firepower, shock and awe. Your humans practice surgical precision, minimalist efficiency. You fight not to destroy, but to survive. Survival against impossible odds, Tarvex added, its voice carrying newfound respect. This explains your crew behavior. Always alert, always prepared, always assuming the worst. Captain Davis activated the main display one more time. Would you like to see our actual journey logs? Not the sanitized reports we tried to file, the real data. The council watched as humanity's true story unfolded. Week after week of constant combat, ships limping between battles, crews working miracles with damaged systems, memorials for the fallen that lined the corridors of human vessels, battle hymns sung before operations that had no right to succeed, brothers and sisters in arms holding each other as they bled out in space. This is the Terran war doctrine, General Clark explained. Survive today, fight tomorrow, save everyone you can, never give up, never surrender, because the alternative is extinction. Zixtal's crystalline, form pulsed with understanding. You weren't testing us during our bureaucratic procedures, we were testing you. And you endured because you've endured worse. Months worse, Mary Johnson confirmed. But we had hope. Hope that reaching council space meant safety. That your advanced technology could help us understand and fight these threats more effectively. Instead, Susan Taylor continued, we found a bureaucracy that couldn't conceive of the threats we'd already faced. So we continued fighting alone, protecting the very species that dismissed us, hoping you'd listen before it was too late. Thaifo. Revelations hung heavy in the chamber. Council species that had prided themselves on technological superiority now understood they'd been living in protected space, sheltered by a species they'd considered primitive. The blood on our ships, Captain Davis said quietly, is from every human who died making sure these things never reached you, from every crew member who held their position while monsters boarded their vessels, from every Marine who went hand to hand with nightmares so their shipmates could seal the bulkheads. He paused, looking at each alien delegate. We tried to warn you, through proper channels, through direct reports, through diplomatic submissions. You taught us patience, you taught us humility. But the creatures didn't care about protocols or procedures. The main screen showed the final frame of the recorded data, a simple message logged by Captain Peter Williams 3 months earlier, just before the Liberty's final battle in deep space. If anyone finds this log, know that humanity will never stop fighting. For ourselves, for each other, for anyone who needs protection, even if they don't know they need it, even if they never ask for it. This is who we are. This is why we survive. The recording ended, leaving the council chamber in profound silence. Outside, human ships maintained defensive positions, their scarred hulls a testament to battles fought in darkness and distance, protecting species that had never known danger existed. We owe you an apology, Vexthor said finally. And more than that, we owe you our lives. The human delegation stood quietly, processing the moment they had fought months to reach. Vindication, but at what cost? How many had died to prove a point that bureaucracy had prevented them from making peacefully? Apologies don't bring back the dead, John Davis said softly. But maybe now we can work together. Maybe now you'll listen when we report threats. Maybe now the blood on our ships means something. Outside the station, the stars seemed different, less bright, less safe. The council had lost its innocence but gained something perhaps more valuable. The knowledge that protectors watched in the darkness, bleeding so others could sleep peacefully. The war wasn't over. The mirror ships were just one manifestation of threats that evolved faster than solutions could be found. But now at least, humanity wouldn't have to fight alone. The bureaucratic nightmare had ended. The real war was just beginning. 3 days after the mirror ship attack, the council chamber looked different. The small platform assigned to humans had been moved to the center position, the place of honor. Alien delegates spoke in subdued tones, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by quiet respect. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood at the new human position, but this time the chamber didn't merely tolerate her presence. It waited for her words. Earth submits its formal report on threat assessment for sectors 1 through 24, she announced. This time no one interrupted. The tactical displays activated, showing detailed maps created from months of human combat experience. Red zones marked areas where reality itself was unstable. Amber regions indicated where mirror entities were known to spawn. Black sectors showed places where entire human battle groups had gone silent. "These are your findings," Vexthor asked. "It's crystalline. Form now a respectful green." "Our blood map," Captain Mary Johnson answered simply. "Every red mark cost us a ship. Every black zone took a crew. Every amber warning came from humans who died to send the information." The Zephan delegate, now identified as Supreme Commander, Crack studied the tactical data with professional interest. "Your mapping suggests we've been living inside a protective barrier, that these threats exist in a pattern around Council space. Not random luck," General Henry Clark confirmed. "Humanity's route to Council space took us through what we call the breach zones, where these things slip through from elsewhere. We fought them because we had to, because they were blocking our path. And they followed you," Tarvex observed, its melodic voice uncertain for the first time. "They always follow," John Davis said grimly. "That's why we kept fighting, not just for survival, but to keep them contained, to keep them from reaching populated space." The Council chamber processed this information. Screens displayed casualty reports, battle analyses, and footage of threats that challenged every understanding of physics and biology. Creatures that existed in multiple dimensions. Ships that learned and adapted in real time. Weapons that targeted consciousness rather than matter. "You fought alone for months," the Varathi elder, now introduced as ancient historian Zentoth, spoke with newfound respect. "Protecting species you'd never met for no reward, facing extinction daily. Why?" Ambassador Brooks looked at her team. The diplomats, the soldiers, the engineers who had witnessed unimaginable horrors, yet continued serving. "Because someone had to. Because these things don't negotiate. Because if we hadn't fought them in the dark between stars, they would have eventually reached your worlds. And you never demanded recognition," Vexthor noted. "Even when we mocked your arrival, denied your requests, dismissed your warnings." "Recognition doesn't kill monsters," Captain Lisa Brown said quietly. She had just returned from another patrol, her crew moving with that distinctive human tension. "Bullets kill monsters. Sacrifice kills monsters. Holding the line when everything tells you to run kills monsters." The chamber's automation systems chimed, indicating an incoming priority message. The tactical display shifted to show real-time sensor data. "Energy signature detected," the automated voice announced. "Multiple contacts approaching from Sector 12. Pattern matches known threat classifications." Alarms began wailing through the station. Alien crews scrambled to battle stations with panic barely concealed. But human crews moved differently, smoothly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. "Council command to human vessels," Vexthor addressed them directly. "Request immediate tactical consultation." John activated the Dakota's command systems. "All human ships in standard defensive formation. Council vessels maintain perimeter positions. Follow our lead. These things respond to patterns they've seen before." "But our ships are more advanced," Crack protested. "Superior firepower, better shielding." "Didn't help last time," Mary pointed out gently. "They copy your advancements, they can't copy experience." The approaching threats resolved on the displays. Not mirror ships this time, but something worse. Organic vessels that pulsed with biological energy. Ships that breathed and moved like massive predators. Biovessels, Steve Parker identified from the Dakota's tactical station. Standard pack, hunting formation. 12 primary entities plus spawner craft. "How do you fight them?" Tarvex asked, its earlier arrogance completely gone. "Carefully," Henry Clark answered. "They regenerate damage, learn from attacks, and their organic weapons, target living tissue directly. But they have weaknesses. They always have weaknesses. The battle began with human ships taking point positions. Alien vessels watched as humanity's scarred fleet engaged with movements that seemed almost choreographed. Target prioritization that defied military doctrine. Weapons fire that struck specific organic zones rather than attempting overwhelming damage. They're not trying to destroy them, Zentoth observed with wonder. They're trying to disrupt their biological cohesion. Learned that the hard way. Captain Peter Williams had been monitoring from the sidelines but now joined the tactical discussion. Lost the entire scout wing before we figured out they share a biological link. Cut the neural connections, the pack loses coordination. The council watched as human tactics proved their worth. Not through superior technology, but through understanding, born of repeated exposure to death. Every human movement showed learned responses to threats the aliens hadn't even classified yet. Permission to implement council defensive protocols. The Zephyr commanded, seeking human approval rather than expecting obedience. Granted, John nodded. But follow our targeting patterns. Your weapons are stronger than ours, but you need to hit specific points for maximum effect. The combined fleet worked together, but the hierarchy had changed. Alien vessels followed human tactical guidance, trusting the scars on human ships over their own advanced systems. Incoming biological torpedoes, the automated systems warned. Organic matter configured as projectile weapons. Scatter formation Delta, Mary Johnson called out. Human ships dispersed in a pattern that seemed random, but created perfect interlocking fields of fire. The alien ships hesitated, their tactical computers unable to predict such apparently chaotic movement. Follow them, Vexthor commanded. Trust their experience. As council vessels mimicked human maneuvers, they discovered the pattern's logic. The biological torpedoes, guided by shared consciousness, crashed into each other rather than their intended targets. Human doctrine had learned to turn the enemy's strengths against them. Biopattern disruption successful, Steve reported as the enemy vessels began showing signs of confusion. Pack cohesion down 60%. Now we hit the spawner craft, Henry called out. Council vessels, concentrate fire on the largest biological mass. Humans will handle defensive screens. The battle turned with the coordinated assault. Alien ships finally working effectively with human tactical knowledge proved devastatingly successful. The biofleet retreated, but not before humanity's early warning systems detected more signatures at the edge of sensor range. They'll return, John said with certainty. They always return, stronger, smarter, with new adaptations. And we will be ready, Vexthor declared. Its crystalline form now pulsed with determination rather than confusion. All vessels maintain combat readiness. Human tactical doctrine is now primary protocol for station defenses. The council chamber reconvened after the battle. The atmosphere had completely transformed. Aliens stood when humans entered. Tactical. Stations displayed human battle maps as primary references. Requests for human assessment preceded standard procedure. Earth delegation, Vexthor announced formally. The council offers its deepest recognition. The honor guard position is permanently yours. Your ships will lead all defensive formations. Your tactical knowledge will be integrated into council military doctrine. And most importantly, Tarvex added, its melodic voice carrying genuine warmth. Your warnings will be heard, always, without question. Crack approached John directly. Supreme Commander Davis, as ranking military officer, I request cross-training for Zephon battle groups. Our warriors wish to learn human survival techniques. John smiled, the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving at council space. Granted, but fair warning, our training is hard and messy, and sometimes the only way to survive is to do things that go against everything your instincts tell you. We will learn, Crack promised, as you learned when you had no choice. Months later, the council station had been restructured. Human ships maintained positions at every defensive hardpoint. Alien crews rotated through human-led training programs, learning to fight threats that council space had pretended didn't exist. The bureaucratic nightmare was a memory, replaced by streamlined protocols that prioritized survival over paperwork. Human report submissions got immediate command attention. Resource requests were approved within hours rather than months. But the biggest change was visible on every ship in Council space. Pristine alien vessels now bore scars with pride. Hull stains were no longer cleaned immediately but left as reminders. Battle damage went unrepaired just long enough for crews to understand what real combat meant. Captain Sarah Jenkins, newly arrived from Earth with fresh reinforcements, stood on her bridge watching the Council station approach. Next to her, Varathi engineer Rix served as exchange officer, learning human systems while teaching advanced alien technology adaptation. Interesting approach pattern, Rix commented. Direct vector through what my people would call dangerous space. Sarah smiled. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, and if you're willing to bleed a little along the way. Through the viewport, the station grew larger, surrounded by the combined fleets of species working together. Human vessels stood alongside alien ships of every design, all bearing the marks of battles fought side by side. Captain, her communications officer reported, priority message from Council Command. They're requesting human tactical assessment for upcoming exploration mission. Deep space, high risk. Tell them we'll be ready, Sarah responded. We always are. Somewhere in the dark between stars, threats continued to move toward populated space. Mirror ships evolved new strategies. Bioships developed stronger pack dynamics. Reality warping entities tested dimensional barriers, but they no longer faced humanity alone. Council space had learned that survival sometimes required blood on the hull, that bureaucracy couldn't protect against nightmares, that sometimes the most advanced species were those who'd learned to fight with primitive tools and indomitable will. The blood on human ships had become a symbol across Council space, not of battle or destruction, but of sacrifice and protection. New species joining the Council underwent orientation by human instructors, learning that pride could be fatal, but humility kept you alive. And on quiet nights, when sensors detected new threats at the edge of known space, no one panicked. They simply called for human tactical assessment, confident that whatever nightmares the darkness held, someone had already faced them and lived to share the knowledge. Humanity had arrived late to the galactic community, but they had arrived when they were needed most. The blood on their ships told a story, not of primitive violence but of a species that stood between civilization and chaos, asking nothing in return but the chance to keep fighting. The Council had learned to read that story, and in the years that followed, when others spoke of humanity's place in galactic history, they all agreed. Earth had arrived exactly when they were supposed to. Some stains never wash out. Some stains are meant to be preserved. Some stains remind entire civilizations that survival comes at a cost, paid by those willing to bleed for strangers they've never met. In Council space, no one mocked the blood on human ships anymore. They saluted it.
The vote was already finished when I reached the podium. I could tell by the temperature of the room. Not the air temperature V3 Prime ran cold by design, the kind that never adjusted for human physiology, but the temperature of the attention in the chamber. The specific quality of 23 alien species who have already decided something and are watching the ceremony catch up to them. Every species had a designated position, bioluminescent arcs beneath each tier, shaped for the biology of its occupant. The V3 elevated in the first tier, the Orin sealed in their atmospheric processing enclosures, the Cethara in a humidity band calibrated for their respiratory range. Every physical need had been engineered for. Every species had been planned into the room. I had a podium, a single, narrow podium at the center of the chamber floor, under the highest point of the ceiling, where the vertical scale of the room pressed down with maximum effect on whoever stood there. I had studied the architectural schematics of this chamber for 3 months. The podium's location was not incidental. I am Commander Owen Cole, 2 combat tour in the Contact War, 3 diplomatic postings in non-aligned space, 11 years of work aimed at this moment, humanity's formal petition for a seat in the Galactic Council. I knew what the podium meant. I walked to it anyway. I gave the speech, 18 minutes, 7 drafts over 4 months, memorized completely. I spoke about Earth's reconstruction record, our humanitarian programs in non-aligned sectors, our precision compliance with every treaty we had entered. I spoke about our medical research sharing agreements with 9 non-council species. I spoke about our engineering contributions to deep space infrastructure. I spoke about what 40 billion people, rebuilding a civilization from the ground up, look like when they have decided to keep going. Velhareth, the V3 lead delegate, watched from the first tier, 3 meters tall, completely still. The architectural stillness of something that has never needed to move because everything around it always adjusts first. I finished. 4 seconds of silence. The protocol system delivered the result. Unanimous rejection. The formal reasoning, read from the chamber record, stated that humanity had demonstrated insufficient restraint in conflict resolution and presented an unpredictable variable in collective governance frameworks. I let the translation complete. Here is the thing about being called an unpredictable variable by 23 species who spent 60 years deciding who did and did not belong at their table. The label was not wrong. We were unpredictable. We had entered the contact war at 40% disadvantage in fleet strength, without allied ships, without interstellar backing, and come out of it still operational and still building. Every species in that chamber had modeled that war. Every model had reached the same conclusion about Earth's survival probability. Every model had been wrong. That was what they were voting on, not our humanitarian record, not our treaty compliance. The fact that every calculation they ran on humanity kept producing errors. Unpredictable was the polite word, the word a committee chooses when it does not want to say the word underneath it. I collected my documents. I buttoned my jacket. I looked up at 23 species, watching me receive a verdict written months before I landed on their planet, delivered now with all the ceremony of something designed to look fair. "Thank you for the clarity," I said. I walked out. In the outer corridor near the far wall, a junior Sethara delegate was standing alone. Young, junior rank by the color band on his collar. He looked at me as I passed, not with the controlled neutrality of the chamber, but with something unguarded. The expression of someone who had just watched an outcome they were told to accept and were not entirely sure they did. I held eye contact for 2 seconds. I nodded once, then I kept walking. That moment went into a specific file in my mind. Kate Arden fell into step beside me. 29 years old, the sharpest analyst I had worked with in 2 decades of service. She knew when to be quiet. We walked the length of the corridor in silence, nothing but the environmental hum and our own footsteps, all the way to the transport bay. She spoke when we got there. "What do we do now, sir?" I thought about the 11 minutes the vote had taken. The sound of the chamber doors sealing behind me, that particular sound, final and satisfied. I thought briefly about a coastal scanner screen and a set of numbers I kept in a very organized place in my mind. Then I moved on. "We go home," I said, "then we start." The transport lifted from V3 Prime as the second sun set behind the council tower. From the window, the tower rose against the sky, vertical, precise, perfectly load-bearing, designed to hold the weight of the most powerful governance structure in the known galaxy. Every structure built to hold weight has pressure points. The engineers know where they are. They build carefully around them. They rarely stop to ask who services the building after the original team is gone. I pulled out a paper writing pad, the kind without wireless capability, the kind that exists only between you and the page. I wrote one line at the top. They called us unpredictable, good. Below it I began a list. Not grievances, questions, precise, Specific questions written by someone who has decided that understanding a system completely is more important than reacting to it quickly. Who holds the current maintenance licensing on the relay network that all interstellar communication in the quadrant runs through? The Council built it 70 years ago. Has anyone verified who services it now? Which of the 23 species voted against membership because they genuinely wanted to? And which ones voted against it because the political cost of voting yes was higher than the cost of voting no? What does a governance framework look like when it is built from the outside, without asking permission, without assuming the existing structure is the only valid one? The questions ran to 2 pages before the transport cleared the planet's gravity well. Kate worked across the cabin. Every few minutes her eyes moved to the pad. I had not come to V3 Prime entirely without preparation for the outcome. 6 months before the session, an intelligence signal had arrived in my secure queue, partial, coded, but clear about the structure of what it described. The vote had been coordinated in private sessions over 3 months. The hearing was ceremony. The decision was made. I came anyway, because I needed them to make it official. I needed 23 species to put their collective record on a unanimous rejection, not for anger, for clarity. The kind that shows you exactly who decided and who was told to decide, and who stood in a corridor afterward wearing the expression of someone who had been instructed to accept something they did not choose. The Sethara delegate's expression was going into my contact file before we reached the first relay beacon. The relay markers blinked on the navigation display. 1 every 400 kilometers, steady and rhythmic. The entire backbone of interstellar communication laid out on the map like a diagram of something that had never once been asked who owned the maintenance agreement. I circled the first question on my list, drew a line to a second question I had not written yet, and wrote it. What happens to a relay network when the maintenance contract transfers? Below that, what is the current legal status of that agreement? Below that, who do I call to find out? I already knew the answer to the last one. The architect, not his name, the only name I used for him, answered a specific frequency, and in 4 years had never once told me something was impossible. He had told me costs. That was a different kind of answer, and one I was prepared to hear. I put the pad away when we crossed the first beacon line. V3 Prime was a point of light behind us. The chamber doors had sealed with the sound of a problem that thought it had solved itself. I had heard that sound before. It always came right before the interesting part. They gave me a new title 14 days after the hearing. Senior Liaison for Non-Member Relations. 3 seconds of silence when I read it. Then I filed it, requested a travel-heavy posting, and went to pack. The title was designed to feel like a career in descent. A window office, a low-priority inbox, and the kind of work that keeps a person occupied without giving them anything real to do. The Council had submitted, through diplomatic channels, a request that Earth's representative adopt a reduced profile, while the 2 parties reconsidered their relationship going forward. Reduced profile, the diplomatic language for go somewhere quiet and stop making people think. I requested the travel posting before they finished delivering the message. Nobody argued. Nobody wanted to fight with a man who was already holding a title that was itself an argument for letting him disappear. I took Kate with me. I recruited 2 more people in the first week. Nina Ward was a xenolinguist, 34 years old, from Bristol, trained in 12 alien languages and functionally operational in 9. The 3 she described as still developing, she spoke better than most career diplomats handled their single specialty. She had undergone a minor surgical procedure 2 years ago that added a tissue structure to her throat, extending her vocal frequency range into registers that human physiology cannot naturally reach. When I asked her about it, she said it seemed more practical than not having it. I told her she was hired. Dan Frey was logistics. 41 years old, former supply chain and infrastructure officer from the Mars Reconstruction Authority. He saw systems the way certain surgeons see bodies, not as unified things but as sets of functions, every function with a node, every node with a dependency, and Dan could trace a dependency chain in his sleep and tell you precisely which link would transmit force if you applied pressure at the right point. He said yes before I finished explaining what the role was. I told neither of them what I was building. Not yet. People do better work when they are following their own instincts. My job was to put them in the right rooms and trust what they noticed. The first posting took us to a trade summit in the Sethara home sector, a mid-tier station hosting raw material pricing negotiations, attended by Sethara representatives, 2 V3 commercial delegations, and the usual gathering of independent traders who appeared wherever goods and exchange rates were being discussed. On the surface, a minor commercial event. In practice, the Sethara had been operating under a resource agreement with the V3 for 60 years, officially described as a mutual trade compact. In structural terms, it was a supply arrangement where the Sethara provided materials at below-market rates in exchange for access to V3 commercial lanes and communication infrastructure. Below-market rates in exchange for access for 60 years. I spent day one walking the floor and listening. On the second evening, Nina arranged a private dinner with 3 junior Sethara delegates, one from each of their 3 species, Surath, Kelhari, and Vethsan. She booked a small room on the station's lower level. I attended as her assistant. I said nothing for the first 2 hours. Nina moved through their languages, shifting registers between the 3 species with the ease of someone who understood not just vocabulary, but the specific grammar each culture used when speaking about things they did not want to name directly. By the 3rd hour, 2 of the 3 delegates were describing the V3 agreement with the precise, careful frustration of people who have been saying something in private rooms for years and have never had an audience listening for the right reasons. The Vethsan delegate, a quiet woman named Orhalin, said nothing about the agreement for the entire dinner. Near the end of the evening, she spoke directly to me, not to Nina, to me. Earth is looking for friends, she said, not a question, an assessment. Earth is listening, I said. Right now, those are the same thing. She looked at me for a long moment, then she stood and left. By the next morning, I had her frequency. By that afternoon, I also had a contact from the V3 commercial delegation in attendance. Not an offer, a question, carefully phrased and officially casual, about which Sethara delegates I had been meeting with. They were watching already. I noted that too. The relay network piece came from Dan. 3 weeks into the posting, he came to me in the evening with a tablet and the expression I had learned to recognize, the specific look of a logistics officer who has found something in a public procurement archive that should not be sitting in a public procurement archive. The Council's relay network, the communication backbone of the entire quadrant, the system through which every diplomatic signal, security transmission, and operational order moved, was maintained under a service contract held by something called the Durath Technical Guild. The Durath were a species that had gone functionally extinct 200 years ago. The Guild was their surviving legal entity, maintained as a contractual shell that had continued servicing the relay agreement via automated systems and periodic hired support. The hire records were also in the archive. A human engineering firm based in New Singapore had been under contract to the Durath Guild for 8 years, handling maintenance on a specific hardware type. Dan looked at me. I can find out exactly which hardware type, he said. Find out which hardware type, I said. It was every relay node in the inner communication ring, 34 nodes, the ones the Council's security communications ran through. I looked at that list for a long time. Then I went to find Nina, because the next conversation I needed to have required someone who could write in Orin long-form correspondence register, and I did not trust my own fluency in it enough for something this precise. The Orin piece came from Kate. Kate had found a sealed internal council session, transcript through a clerical filing system, whose security structure had not kept pace with the volume of records being stored in it. She gave me the file without editorial comment, which was how Kate always delivered things she thought I needed to sit with quietly. The Orin internal vote rationale did not match the public one. Publicly, insufficient governance maturity. Internally, the Orin had been waiting decades for an opportunity to register opposition to V3 influence in the outer sectors. Earth's membership application had been co-sponsored by 2 V3 adjacent species. The Orin used the vote as a signal. We were not their target, we were their cover. I put the file down and sat with that for a while. Not with anger, with recognition. They had not opposed us. They had used us the way the powerful use convenient things, without malice, without particular interest, without registering the weight of what they were holding. I wrote to the Orin diplomatic contact I had maintained since my second posting, a carefully constructed letter in their long-form correspondence register, reviewed and adjusted twice by Nina before I sent it. The letter said nothing political. It asked questions about governance theory and the long view of interspecies coordination. The kind of letter that, in Orin communication culture, is never about what it appears to be about. The response came back in 11 days. Preliminary dialogue on frameworks of mutual relevance. I wrote back the same hour. By the end of the second month of travel, the map was assembled. 3 structural leverage points in the Council's architecture, 3 different kinds of pressure, 3 different kinds of opening. The Sethara needed a framework they could join without V3 permission, a legitimate alternative structure with enough participating species to provide real commercial access. The relay network needed a maintenance contract that could be legally reassigned. It already had one. It just needed the right reassignment. The Orin needed a governance table where opposing V3 influence was built into the structure itself, so they no longer needed cover votes. I called the architect from a secure frequency on a station between sectors. I have a complete map, I said. Timeline, he said. 6 to 8 months for the Sethara framework. The relay contract can move faster. The Orin will follow once the structure exists. He asked about resources. I told him what I needed. There was a pause, not of hesitation, but of someone running serious calculations. The relay contract is achievable, he said. The Sethara framework will take 6 months minimum. The Orin depends on what you are actually offering them. A seat, I said, at a table that does not exist yet. He was quiet for 4 seconds. That is either the smartest play I have heard in 20 years, he said, or the kind of thing that ends careers. Those are usually the same play, I said. I ended the call. I wrote the full brief, everything organized by category, pressure point, opportunity, timeline, and risk, and sent it to Earth Command with 1 line of cover text. They called us unpredictable. Let's not disappoint them. The authorization came back in 4 hours. 2 words. Proceed, Cole. I folded the message into the archive, went to find Dan and Nina, and told them what we were actually building. Nina said, I want to go back to Sethara space first. Dan said, I already started the contract research. I assumed that was obvious. I had good people. The map was complete. The build was beginning. And somewhere on V3 Prime, in the official record of the council chamber, a unanimous vote was sitting in permanent storage, believed by 23 species to be the end of a question. It was the beginning of a different one entirely. The Terran Mutual Compact was announced on a Thursday. No fanfare, no ceremony, a document released through standard diplomatic channels to every registered government in non-aligned space, describing an open framework for trade, infrastructure sharing, and mutual defense consultation, available to any species with an established governance structure. No minimum size requirement, no waiting period, no sponsorship needed from existing members. No application process. Read the terms, sign the document, done. The council received a copy by physical courier because we were still technically maintaining normalized communication with them, and I wanted this particular message to arrive in an envelope that could not be filed as a system notification. I was on a transit station, 3 sectors from V3 Prime, when the first signature came in. The Sethara, all 3 species, Surath, Kelhari, and Vethsan, signing within 4 days of each other. Orhelin attached a brief personal note with the Vethsan signature. 2 sentences. She had been waiting, she said, for someone to build a door that did not require her to knock. I put that note in a separate file. 11 more species signed in the first 90 days. Not the large ones, not the council-adjacent powers. The ones the council's membership protocols had classified over the years as developing, or requiring further evaluation, or not yet demonstrating sufficient institutional maturity. The ones who had been sitting in anterooms and waiting periods for decades while existing members ran their models and decided what ready looked like. Every one of them read the compact's terms and found the same thing I had placed there intentionally: no model required, no evaluation period, no sponsor needed from someone already inside. By the end of the 3rd month, the compact had 29 members and a combined raw material output representing 31% of the supply volume. The council's 3 largest industrial species had been treating as a permanent and uninterruptible given. Dan was the first to calculate that number. He brought it to me on a Tuesday morning and set it on the table without comment, the way he always delivered figures that needed space around them. I looked at it for a while. "How long before they say something?" I said. "They have already noticed," Dan said. "The question is how long before they say so officially." 6 weeks. A formal council communiqué arrived, officially a request for clarification on the compact's governance framework, using the phrase destabilizing unilateral action 7 times across 4 paragraphs. I counted. I wrote back 2 sentences. "We look forward to further dialogue. We remain available at your convenience." Nina proofread it. She said I sounded extremely polite. "I'm extremely polite," I said. She smiled the way she smiled when she thought something was going to have significant consequences. The relay contract transferred in the 4th month. Dan had prepared the legal documentation for 8 weeks before the signing. The Durath Guild's contractual entity, which had no surviving biological members to object, was legally restructured as a subsidiary operating under Terran commercial law through a provision in the original Durath Compact Treaty that allowed for administrative consolidation in cases of organizational incapacity. Dan had found the provision in the 43rd Annex of a treaty document that had not been substantively reviewed since it was first written. The transfer was filed on a Wednesday, routine paperwork, no announcement. 34 inner-ring relay nodes now sat under a maintenance contract that answered to Terran commercial jurisdiction. I told only 3 people the day it happened: Nina, Dan, Kate. Kate asked when we were telling the architect. "He already knows," I said. "He wrote the provision." The response from V3 Prime did not come through diplomatic channels. It came as a ship. A V3 designation vessel, classified as a diplomatic transport, which means it was a military ship with the secondary weapon systems configured to a standby state, appeared at the edge of Terran diplomatic space on a Tuesday morning and transmitted a request for a direct meeting with the Compact's senior representative. That was me. I took the meeting aboard our station, in a room with no recording systems running from our side. I knew they would be running their own. That was fine. I wanted them to have a clean record of this conversation. Velharith came in person, exactly as I remembered from the council chamber. 3 meters, architectural stillness, the presence of something that has never needed to hurry because the world reorganizes to accommodate it. She sat, which meant lowering herself into a chair designed for a being 2/3 her height, which she did without acknowledging the physical adjustment of it. She had rehearsed this meeting. She told me to stop. The word she used in translation was closer to cease the current trajectory, but the meaning was plain. She listed what she meant: the compact, the maintenance contracts, the Orin correspondence, a purchase of academic archive data from a V3 research institution that I had made through a licensed public records channel 3 months ago. She knew everything, every item on the list. I sat across from her and let her finish completely. Here is the thing about a meeting where the other party lists everything you have done. It tells you precisely what they consider threatening and precisely what they consider beneath mentioning. Velharith listed the relay contract last, and she listed it carefully, in language that was legally precise but not legally confident. The language of someone who has identified a problem they have not yet fully decided how to address. The relay contract was the one she was least certain about. Good. She also did not mention 3 items I had in active progress, which told me exactly how deep her intelligence coverage of the compact actually ran. Also good. I waited until she finished. Then I said, I appreciate the detail. It is helpful to understand which aspects of our operations have drawn attention. She looked at me with the quality of a being that has not been answered in the way it expected. We are requesting that Earth halt the expansion of this framework, she said. We are a registered mutual aid compact, I said. Our member species agreed to the terms voluntarily. I am not certain what the legal basis would be for halting a voluntary association between independent sovereign entities. The destabilizing effect on existing governance structures could be addressed through dialogue, I said. We have indicated our availability for that dialogue several times. She looked at me across the table for a long time. I looked back. You understand what you are doing, she said. I understand exactly what I am doing, I said. The translation system carried that exchange in clean, neutral tones. The actual weight of it was somewhere else, in the specific quality of 2 people in a room who both know precisely what is happening and are no longer pretending otherwise. There will be a response, she said. We will be ready, I said. She stood. She was at the door before I spoke again. Velharith. She stopped. Earth Extended Compact membership offers to 3 V3 adjacent species in our 3rd month of operations. All 3 accepted. I want you to know that was not accidental and it was not hostile. We are building something that has room for everyone. She left without answering. I sat in the empty room for a few minutes after the door sealed. Kate knocked twice and came in. How did it go? She said. She knows enough to be concerned, I said. She does not know enough to stop it. And the relay contract. She knows it happened. She has not yet understood what it means. She will figure it out, Kate said. Of course she will, I said. We will be ready when she does. Outside the viewport, the V3 ship was already departing. It moved with the unhurried precision of something that has never had a reason to rush. I watched it until the display showed clear space. Then I called the architect. Phase 3, I said. How long, he said. 6 weeks, I said, maybe 8. I will be ready in 4, he said. The compact had 29 members. The relay network sat under our maintenance jurisdiction. 3 more species were in active negotiations. The 3 things Velharith had not mentioned were going to be the most important part of what came next. The Council's response came in the form of what they called a Coordinated Stability Measure. That term appeared 17 times in the official declaration, which ran 41 paragraphs and said, in the language underneath the language, one very simple thing: we are going to make this expensive. Sanctions on compact member species. A trade restriction framework cutting compact members off from 17 council-controlled commercial corridors. A fleet movement, labeled a security exercise, positioning 12 council vessels at the edge of compact-adjacent space, where their presence carried a meaning no one needed translated. Not war, carefully and specifically not war. The kind of pressure powerful institutions apply when they want to remind everyone who still controls the infrastructure. I read the declaration on a Tuesday morning with coffee that had gone cold. Then I set it down and scheduled a compact operations meeting for Thursday. A regular operations meeting, not a crisis session. The distinction was deliberate. Dan had the response architecture ready before I asked. He came in with 3 documents and placed them on the table in the order they would be deployed. Relay activation first or commercial reorientation first, he said. Relay activation, I said. Let them feel the communication disruption before they feel the trade numbers. Thursday, he said, not as a question. Thursday, I confirmed. The relay activation worked through a maintenance clause. That was the part I admired most about the architecture Dan had built. The Durath contract contained a standard infrastructure provision, written 70 years ago by lawyers who had been thinking about mechanical failures, not political ones, requiring emergency maintenance protocols when relay node integrity fell below a defined operational threshold. Under those protocols, human engineering teams had to be physically present at affected nodes within 72 hours, and all secondary network access to those nodes was suspended during active maintenance operations. Dan had spent 6 weeks building monitoring software that tracked relay node operational metrics with extreme precision. As of the previous Thursday, that software was detecting integrity flags on 34 entering nodes that fell just below the activation threshold. The flags were genuine, the readings were accurate, the nodes needed maintenance. They needed it now. 17 of the 34 nodes activated within the first 12 hours of the official compact response. Human engineering teams, already positioned through what had been logged as routine assignment rotations 4 weeks earlier, arrived on-site at each location within the required window. The Council's security communication network across the inner quadrant dropped from real-time relay transmission to light delay. For a governance body that ran on coordinated fleet positioning and synchronized diplomatic signaling, light delay communication across the inner quadrant was not an inconvenience. It was the difference between a conductor and an orchestra that had stopped receiving the beat. The fleet movement at the compact border stopped receiving coordinated positioning orders. The sanctioning framework's enforcement timeline became uncoordinated. Species that had been instructed to apply specific trade restrictions at specific times were now working from different information at different delays. Velharith, wherever she was, would be running new calculations. The commercial reorientation was Dan's and Nina's work together. Dan had spent 4 months building alternative trade routing for every compact member species that the Council sanctions affected. Not identical to what they were losing access to, but structured specifically to absorb the impact without causing material shortage for any compact member population. The Sethara trade routes shifted to compact internal corridors. Materials that had moved through council-controlled commercial lanes for 60 years now moved through routes that the compact owned and maintained. The council had designed the sanctions to demonstrate that compact members could not function without access to council infrastructure. The infrastructure was replaceable. Dan tracked the numbers daily. By the end of the second week, no compact member species was in material shortage. Several were operating under improved trade terms compared to their pre-compact arrangements. The Council's 3 largest industrial members, on the other hand, were now working with 31% less raw material input than their supply chains were designed to handle. Because 31% of their supply had been coming from species now routing through compact channels. The Council had run sanctions, as if the people they were sanctioning had nowhere else to go. I was sitting in the operations room on a Friday evening, reviewing the week's numbers when Kate came in and placed a communication on the table in front of me without a word. I read it. The Selhari, a small amphibious species from a tidally locked moon in the outer compact sectors, one of the earliest signing members, 12,000 people living and working on a station platform that served as their primary off-world hub. Their station had been boarded by a Council enforcement vessel. The cited reason was that the station was operating commercial cargo transfers in violation of the sanctioning framework. The station's atmosphere seal had been breached during the boarding. 3 crew members had died. I read that sentence twice. 3. I set the communication down. Kate was still standing by the door, watching me. I did not respond immediately. I sat with that number, not with the political implications, not with the strategic responses, not with what came next, just with the number itself and what it contained. 3 people who had gone to work that morning on a station they lived on, doing a job they had taken, for a species that had read an open framework document and decided to sign it. There is a kind of decision that arrives not like an emotion but like a structural fact. It does not announce itself. It does not wait for permission. It simply becomes the shape of what happens next. I picked up the communication. I folded it carefully. I placed it in the interior pocket of my jacket against my chest. Then I called the architect. He answered on the second signal. I need the options activated, I said. A pause, which option? Both of them, I said. A longer pause. Cole, he said, both options together. You understand what that looks like from the outside. I understand exactly what it looks like, I said. That is why I said both. He was quiet for 4 seconds. Then, 72 hours to position everything correctly. Take 80 if you need it, I said. The first option was an extension of what we had already activated. The Durath contract's second provision, buried in the 48th Annex, the kind of clause that exists because someone once anticipated a problem nobody thought would actually happen, allowed the maintenance holder to restrict network access to nodes in areas where documented harm had occurred in proximity to relay infrastructure, pending a full operational safety review. We had documented harm, 3 names, a broken atmosphere seal, a vessel registration number. The remaining 17 inner-ring relay nodes activated safety restriction protocols within 48 hours of the filing. All 34 nodes, every Council security and diplomatic channel in the inner quadrant, all of it running at the speed of light rather than the speed of the relay network. The second option was the documentation framework. This was what the architect had built, the thing I had been building toward since I wrote the first question on that pad flying away from V3 Prime. Every financial instrument the Council's member species held against each other, every binding arbitration record, every treaty obligation, every trade contract, every debt instrument, every mutual guarantee of service, all of it recorded, maintained, and administered through a legal documentation platform built in the 2080s by a Terran legal technology firm. The platform had been adopted by the Council's Administrative Office as the standard record-keeping framework for interspecies agreements in 2091 because it was the best system available. No one had reviewed the firm's ownership structure when they adopted it. The firm had been quietly absorbed into the compact's administrative body 14 months ago. The records were completely valid. Every debt, every obligation, every commitment these species had made to each other was accurately recorded and legally binding. The compact was now the administrator of those records. We altered nothing. We threatened nothing. We sent a formal administrative notification to every relevant party informing them that the records platform had transferred to new administrative oversight under Terran commercial law, and that any disputes or queries regarding binding agreements could be directed to Compact Administrative Services. The council owned each other. They had always owned each other. They just did not own the ledger anymore. The first response came from an Orin intermediary 6 hours after the notification went out. Not to me directly, to Nina, through their long-form correspondence channel. The message said, in their philosophical register, that certain parties were interested in discussing frameworks for normalized relations with the compact under revised terms. The second response came from a council member species, whose primary supply agreements were now administered by the body they had voted against. The third response came from a species in the 8th position of the unanimous rejection vote. Their message to Kate was 3 sentences. The third sentence asked what it would take to begin normalization discussions. Kate brought me the count at the end of the first week. 9 council members in active contact, 3 requesting immediate meetings, 2 that had suspended participation in the sanctioning framework without public announcement. The Selhari station was being repaired. The compact had sent an engineering team, materials, and a medical team within 18 hours of the incident. The 3 crew members were not coming back. That fact lived in my jacket pocket and was going to keep living there. But the 12,000 people on that station were not going to be boarded again. I opened the writing pad. I wrote the 3 names on the front page, below the line I had written on the flight from V3 Prime, below the line that said they called us unpredictable. I looked at those 3 names for a long time. Then I turned to the next page and got back to work. By the end of the month, 12 council members had opened what the diplomatic record formally described as preliminary normalization dialogues. In 3 different alien languages, according to Nina, that phrase translated roughly as, "We would like to discuss what comes next." I took 3 days before responding. I wanted them to sit with the question. The restructuring summit was held in neutral space. That was Nina's recommendation, and she was right about it. The location mattered. A summit on V3 Prime would have been a performance of defeat for them. A summit on Earth would have been a performance of dominance for us. What the moment needed was a room where the furniture did not carry the weight of either of those histories. We found a decommissioned diplomatic station in the outer sectors, a structure built 70 years ago for a treaty negotiation that had taken 3 months and had sat empty ever since. It had a chamber with a single table, round, designed for a previous negotiation between 2 species of roughly equal standing, neither of whom had wanted to be positioned higher than the other. We had the table expanded. Dan oversaw the specifications. 41 seats around a single circular surface, every seat the same height, every arc of the table identical, no elevated tier, no podium. I walked into the chamber alone the night before the summit opened, when the station was quiet and the environmental systems were doing their low background hum. I stood at the table and put my hands on the surface. 41 seats, 29 compact members, 12 council members who had agreed to attend, 1 empty chair placed between the V3 position and the Orin position, which was either a symbolic gesture or a practical one, depending on how you looked at it. Kate found me standing there. She said nothing for a moment, then she said it was the right room. "It is the right table," I said. The summit ran for 4 days. On the first day, Velharith arrived last. Every other delegation had been seated for 4 minutes when the chamber door opened. She walked in alone. No aide, no support staff, no secondary representative. 3 meters tall, completely still and alone. She looked at the table. She looked at her seat, same height as every other seat. No elevated position, no first-tier advantage, and then she sat down. I watched her do it. I watched her make the adjustment from a being who had occupied an elevated tier her entire career to a being sitting at the same level as 40 others. She made that adjustment without acknowledging it. I respected that more than I expected to. On the second day, the framework document came to the floor. Nina had drafted the core language over 4 months. Dan had stress-tested the provisions for 18 weeks. 47 non-council species had read every clause with the attention of people encountering something they had been told for decades they were not qualified for. The document was called the Galactic Accord of Mutual Standing. Its key provisions were these: membership earned by demonstrated governance capacity, not species age, not territorial size, not how long you had been waiting in the antechamber of the existing order. Security infrastructure jointly maintained under open contract law. No single species controlling the relay network. No single species holding exclusive maintenance rights over the nervous system of interstellar communication. The Council's permanent seats abolished. Rotating representation, 12-year terms open to all member species. And one provision with no formal name in the document. I had written it myself in the simplest language I could find, and Nina had refined it twice. It stated that any species petitioning for membership had the right to a public hearing and a recorded vote. A vote against membership had to be accompanied by a written statement of specific reasoning, placed permanently in the public record. You could still say no. You just had to say why, in writing, in front of everyone. When I read that provision aloud in the chamber, I read it carefully and without emphasis. I let the words carry themselves. The room was quiet when I finished, not the quiet of objection, the quiet of people processing something that was simple and once heard, obvious, the kind of principle that makes you wonder why it had never been the rule. On the third day, the economic framework passed, the trade routing structure, the supply agreements, the infrastructure sharing protocols. Dan presented the numbers across 2 hours in the most technically precise delivery I had ever watched anyone give. By the end of it, 4 council members who had arrived skeptical were asking logistical questions, not objection questions, planning questions. The difference between those 2 types of questions is everything. Velhareth spoke twice during the 4 days. Once to ask a clarifying question about the infrastructure provisions, once to propose a modification to the security consultation framework that was, I noted on the record, genuinely constructive. I acknowledged it as such. She received the acknowledgement without expression, but she had heard it. So had the room. On the 4th day, the signatures began. The rotation moved around the table in the order of the seating arrangement, which had been drawn by rotation rather than status. The Orin signed 4th. Their mark was a frequency pattern registered on a specialized receiver Dan had arranged. The Sethara, all 3 species, signed within minutes of each other, the way you do something you have been waiting to do for a long time. Then Velhareth. She was in the 31st position. She had been at the table for all 4 days. When the signature rotation reached her, she picked up the marking instrument and paused. Not from hesitation, from the quality of a pause that is the last beat before something permanent. She pressed her mark to the document. I watched her do it. She looked up across the table and found me. We looked at each other across 40 other species and several hundred years of accumulated history. I reached for the tea service that Kate had placed to my left that morning, 3 types. I offered it across the table. She looked at the tray, then at me. She reached across and took a cup. Her biology registers no flavor from human tea preparations. This is documented in V3 physiological records that I had read years ago. The taste meant nothing to her physically, but she drank the full cup without setting it down. I had not expected the full cup. That told me something. After the signing, the room cleared in stages. Delegates moving to smaller sessions, to calls with home governments, to the logistics of what came next. Kate was managing 4 simultaneous conversations by the door. Dan was deep in a relay transition timeline discussion with 2 compact members and an Orin technical representative. Nina was laughing at something a Sethara delegate had said in Kelhari, something I did not have the language to follow. I sat at the table as the chamber emptied. A young human diplomat from the Compact's administrative office approached from the side entrance. He had been working the summit as support staff. He held a small recording device and raised it as a question. I nodded. "Commander Cole," he said, "for the public record, what does it feel like to have one?" I looked at the question for a long time. What does it feel like? I thought about a voting chamber and 11 minutes and the word unanimous. I thought about a coastal scanner screen and numbers stored in a very organized place. I thought about 3 names in the front page of a writing pad. I thought about 14 months of careful work. About Orhelin saying she had been waiting for a door that did not require her to knock. About Dan finding a relay contract in a 43rd annex. About Nina growing a secondary tissue structure in her throat, because it seemed more practical. About Kate, who never needed anything explained twice. I thought about what the word one actually meant. It was not the right word. Victory implies an enemy, and I had not spent 14 months trying to defeat anyone. I had been trying to build something. The thing I had built had a specific purpose that had nothing to do with standing over the people who had voted against us. What I had been trying to do, from the first night on that transport with a writing pad, was make sure the next species that got told not yet had somewhere to go. The empty chair between the V3 and Orin positions was still at the table. I had placed it there before the summit opened and had not explained it to anyone. It was for the species that would petition for membership in the next 5 years, the ones not yet visible in the public record of the galactic community. The ones sitting in anterooms right now being told to wait. They would now find a table with a seat at it, a provision in the founding document that said, "You may still be told no, but whoever tells you no must write down exactly why, for everyone to see permanently." That was what the chair was for. That was what all of this had been for. I looked at the young diplomat with his recording device. "Ask me again in 50 years, I said. He blinked. "Sorry. Come back in 50 years and ask me whether it held," I said. "Right now I can tell you what we built. Whether it does what it is supposed to do is a question that takes longer than a signing ceremony to answer." He lowered the recorder, uncertain whether he had what he needed. He had not. That was fine. The honest answers are rarely the convenient ones. I stood. I picked up my writing pad from the table's surface where it had been sitting for 4 days. I looked at the front page, the one line written on a transport flying away from V3 Prime 14 months ago, and the 3 names written below it. I turned to a clean page. I wrote the date, the location, the words Galactic Accord of Mutual Standing, signed, 41 member species, founding document on public record. Then one more line beneath that. "The door is open, keep it open." Kate appeared at my side. We walked out together. The corridor outside was full of the organized movement of a summit completing its work. Delegates, staff, translation officers, the practical motion of something becoming, in the public record, what it would be called for the next 100 years. The word historic always bothers me. It makes things sound inevitable, as if someone had always been going to build this table in this room, as if the outcome had been written somewhere in advance and all we did was arrive at it on schedule. That is not what happened. What happened was a vote that thought it was final, a podium that believed it had defined a ceiling, and a man on a transport with a paper writing pad who decided that the most useful response to a closed door was to learn exactly how the door was built, and then go build a different one. The relay network sat under joint compact administration. The original council would continue operating, restructured, rotating, its permanent seats replaced with a 12-year cycle beginning its first rotation in 8 months. The compact members and the former council members were now, technically and legally and by their own signatures, members of the same body. 1 table, 41 seats, more coming. Velhareth was in the corridor ahead of us. She was in conversation with an Orin representative, a direct, bilateral conversation between a V3 delegate and an Orin representative that 3 years ago would have required cover votes and political maneuvering, and a convenient, unrelated species to absorb the friction. They were standing in a corridor, talking. I watched that for a moment. Then Kate said, "What is next?" I thought about the empty chair, about the petition provision in the founding document, about the species currently in anterooms in systems we had not reached yet, about the applications that would come through the new process and what would happen when they did. There are 14 species in the outer sectors we have not approached yet, I said. Nina has their linguistic files. Dan has their trade data. We begin outreach next week. And the compact administration, Kate said. It runs itself now, I said. That is the point of building something correctly. You build it so it runs without you. She nodded. She had known that was the answer before she asked. Outside the station's viewport, neutral space extended in every direction. No council jurisdiction, no compact boundary marker, just the open gap between the structures that existed and the structures that had not been built yet. I had a writing pad. I had a list of questions on the next clean page. I was going to need more pages. The table behind me had 41 chairs and room to add more. The interesting part.
The first thing Larek Sanson noticed when the transport doors hissed open was the smell, humid and faintly metallic, like someone had tried to boil old coins in a greenhouse. The second thing he noticed was the eyes. Dozens of them, some large and reflectively black like polished obsidian, others narrow slits that blinked sideways, all staring at him. Larek stepped off the ramp, adjusting the strap of his duffel bag over his shoulder. He wasn't exactly tall by Earth standards, but here, on the orbital campus of the Intergalactic Cultural Exchange Institute, he may as well have been a walking tower of limbs and awkward stubble. His boots thudded against the smooth floor while the other students, or whatever they were, floated, slithered, or walked with unsettling grace. A voice called his name, sharp, nasal, and a little too excited. Larek Sanson. Human male, correct? He turned and found himself staring at a creature that reminded him vaguely of a praying mantis crossed with a librarian. It wore a sash, bright green with silver stripes, and held a tablet almost the size of its torso. Yeah, Larek said. That's me. I am T-Cole, it replied, tapping the tablet with 2 digits. Your orientation guide, come, we must not delay. Your assigned cohabitant is already in the quarters. Wait, cohabitant? Living partner. It is part of the integration program. You are required to cohabitate with a member of another species for a minimum period of 1 lunar cycle. It promotes understanding and reduces conflict potential. Larek followed Tikal through a wide corridor lined with glowing symbols and platforms that hovered just above the ground. He tried to keep pace, but the guide moved with a speed that suggested wheels rather than legs. Your species has many dietary restrictions, yes? We have provided a storage unit with Earth-standard sustenance. There is also a feline containment zone. Larek paused mid-step. What zone? Feline containment. You registered a companion animal. Species, Felis catas. Breed, unspecified. Designation, muffin. Oh yeah, she's my cat. You are permitted one non-sapient pet. However, your cohabitant was concerned. They arrived at a sliding door which opened with a low chime. Inside, the room was large, clean, and divided into two distinct sections. One looked relatively human, bed, desk, a few posters of Earth landscapes projected onto the wall. The other side was a humid, dimly lit area filled with vertical perches and a hammock-like structure suspended from the ceiling. And in the middle of the room, perched atop a shelf, sat Muffin. Her fur was a chaotic mix of gray, black, and white, and her yellow eyes were locked onto the alien across the room. That alien, mouth slightly open and body rigid, was pressed against the far corner. He was tall and thin, with skin that shimmered like oil on water. His arms were long, ending in 3 fingers each, and his eyes were wide, pupilless, and glowing orange. Larek Sanson, Tikal said, "This is your cohabitant, Velen of the Otrak species. Velen, this is..." "Why is it staring at me?" Belin's voice was high-pitched and trembling. Larek dropped his bag and walked over to Muffin, who began to purr. He picked her up, cradling her like a baby. "Say hello," Larek said calmly. "She's my cat." Velen did not move. "That is not a cat, that is a predator. It was watching my thoracic vein. It was calculating something." "Yeah, probably whether she could nap on your hammock. Relax, she's harmless." Velen didn't relax. He backed further into the corner. Her teeth are visible. She's yawning, means she's bored, not bloodthirsty. Tikal watched the exchange with academic interest. "This is an excellent start to cross-species bonding. I will make a note of the emotional distress and update the observer drones. Good day." The door closed behind him, leaving Velen and Larek in silence, broken only by Muffin's purring. "I will not sleep while it is outside containment," Velen said. "She's not going in a cage. That's her room too." Valen's eyes flicked to Mufin, who was now curled on Larek's bed. "Then I will build a barrier." It turned out Velen was a talented engineer. By the next evening, he had constructed a translucent dome around his sleeping area, complete with a pressure seal entrance and integrated alarm system. Muffin tried to jump on it once and slid off with a disgruntled chirp. Velen nearly fainted. The following week was filled with orientation lectures and cultural workshops. Larek sat through seminars on galactic etiquette, interspecies dietary taboos, and the importance of never touching an Elthari's tail crest. He met other humans, but there were only 6 of them on the entire station. The rest were from over 100 different planets. "I don't get it," Larek muttered one afternoon while waiting in line at the food dispenser. "You'd think with all this technology, y'all could make a decent pizza." Behind him, a squishy creature with 12 eye stalks nodded solemnly. Back in the quarters, Velen was gradually adjusting to Muffin. By adjusting, Larek meant he now only flinched half the time she walked past. Muffin, for her part, treated Velen as an oddly shaped piece of furniture. It was 3 weeks in when everything went sideways. Larek returned from xenobiology class with a headache and a half-finished essay on comparative respiratory systems. The door to the quarters slid open and he stepped inside. To chaos. The room was in disarray. Furniture overturned, lights flickering. Velen was on the floor, clutching his leg and making a high-pitched whine. Muffin was nowhere in sight. "What happened?" Larek dropped his bag and rushed over. "It attacked me," Velen shouted. "It leapt from above. I did nothing. I was merely calibrating the airflow." Larek knelt beside him. "Where are you hurt?" Velen pointed to his thigh. A set of shallow scratches marked his skin, oozing a purplish fluid. "She thought you were a toy or something. You gotta move slower around her." "It is a predator. She's a house cat." It pounced from the shelf. "Okay, that's fair." He helped Velen sit up and activated the med beacon on the wall. A glowing blue orb detached and floated toward them, scanning Velen's injury before emitting a soft chime. "Minor dermal lacerations," it intoned. "No infection present, no venom detected." "No venom?" Velen asked, horrified. There was a possibility of venom? "No," Larek said, "she's not venomous, just Velen groaned and laid back on the floor. That night, Muffin was confined to Larek's bed under protest. Velen reinforced his dome with a new layer of shielding. The next morning, Takal arrived with a clipboard and an expression Larrick would have called smug if he hadn't known better. There has been a formal complaint. The feline may be required to undergo behavioral assessment. A tribunal will be held. Attendance is mandatory. Larrick blinked. You're putting my cat on trial? Not a trial, Takal said. An assessment. There are forms. Larrick sighed. He would have to defend Muffin in front of a panel of alien scientists, engineers, and politicians. And she didn't even care. She was licking her paw. The tribunal chamber smelled like disinfectant and ozone. Larrick sat at a narrow table made of something that looked like melted glass under a ceiling that pulsated faintly with pale cyan light. Muffin was in a transparent carrier beside him, curled with her paws tucked under, tail flicking irregularly. She didn't look concerned. She looked bored. Across from them, a semicircle of alien officials regarded the pair with varying degrees of suspicion. One of them, a translucent being whose internal organs bobbed like fruit in syrup, blinked by dimming its entire body. Another, a squat, moss-covered entity with no discernible face, emitted a low rumble that Larrick suspected was annoyance. The third member, a draped figure encased in iridescent armor, tapped a finger absent-mindedly on the table. Valen sat at a separate bench, flanked by a hovering legal liaison whose job seemed to consist of looking deeply unimpressed. A voice echoed through the chamber, projected from unseen speakers. Proceeding 7239. Preliminary safety assessment regarding non-sapient terrestrial quadruped. Presenter, human Larrick Sanson. Larrick stood and cleared his throat. Right, so this is Muffin. She's a domestic cat. Species has been around for several thousand years. Known for companionship, pest control, and occasionally knocking things off tables for fun. She's not trained, but she's socialized. She doesn't attack unless provoked. One of the tribunal members raised a segmented limb. It had no mouth, but a mechanical voice translated its thoughts. Subject Velen has submitted a report indicating unprovoked assault resulting in dermal damage. Please explain. She jumped on him. She probably thought he was a moving toy. She's used to playing with string and dangling things. The armored official leaned forward. Play behavior resulting in injury demonstrates lack of control. Is the organism capable of understanding boundaries? No, Larrick admitted. But that's normal. She's a cat. You don't program them, you just coexist. A pause. The translucent one flickered and spoke. Your species voluntarily coexists with unpredictable predators? They're only predators if you're smaller than a tennis ball, Larrick replied, and even then, only if you squeak. The tribunal conferred in low tones, some of which sounded like bubbling or static. Velen shifted in his seat, arms crossed tightly. Subject Velen's psychological report indicates elevated stress levels and sleep disruption due to perceived threat response. Your rebuttal? She's 9 pounds, Larrick said. She sleeps 20 hours a day. If she wanted to hurt him, he'd know. The translucent one flickered again. Would you consent to behavioral testing? What kind of testing? Standard threat response simulations, visual and auditory stimuli, observation of aggression patterns. Larrick turned to Muffin. She was licking her shoulder. Sure, but she's not going to do anything. At most, she'll ignore you. The tribunal nodded, and the armored figure tapped a control panel. A section of the floor slid open, revealing a low platform surrounded by clear walls that rose with a hum. A sliding panel on Larrick's side opened. Placed the organism within the enclosure. Larrick lifted Muffin's carrier, unlatched the door, and nudged her out. She stepped onto the platform, sniffed, and immediately flopped onto her side with a dramatic sigh. The lights dimmed. A holographic mouse darted across the floor of the enclosure, emitting faint squeaks. Muffin's eyes followed it for 4 seconds. Then she yawned and rolled away. A loud hiss sounded from one wall. Simulated fire appeared, licking the edges of the enclosure. Muffin began grooming her tail. A buzzing drone the size of a grapefruit hovered down from the ceiling and hovered inches from her back. She batted it once, missed, then closed her eyes. The translucent official turned back to Larrick. Subject displays no high-threat behaviors under stress stimuli. Assessment, low risk. Recommendation, conditional clearance. Velen half stood. It jumped on me from above. It has claws. It also ignored a fire and a flying ball of noise, Larrick said. She's basically a furry paperweight. The tribunal conferred again. After a moment, a chime signaled the end of the session. Organism is cleared for habitation. Subject Velen may request habitat adjustments. Proceeding concluded. Larrick collected Muffin, who was now purring faintly. As he latched the carrier, Velen approached, arms still crossed. I do not understand how a creature can be simultaneously harmless and terrifying. It's a cat thing, Larrick replied. They're inscrutable. Velen opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he said, I will request a ceiling-mounted alert system. Back in their quarters, Velen had installed a motion sensor that chirped gently whenever Muffin moved above eye level. She had already learned to ignore it. 3 days later, Velen returned from a marine biology seminar looking visibly agitated. He dropped his pack near the corner of his enclosure and paced in tight circles. What happened? Velen pointed sharply. I was placed in a group project with 2 humans and a Tharnakian. The humans were not alarmed by the Tharnakian's circulatory sacs, which rupture when overheated. One of them suggested using a personal fan to cool it off. The Tharnakian agreed. The fan was powered by a solar core battery. The Tharnakian absorbed the radiation and began to inflate. The humans took photos. Larrick blinked. Did it explode? No, it rotated rapidly and launched itself into the ceiling. Did anyone get hurt? No, it was applauded. Larrick sat down slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Velen paced again. I do not understand. Your species is illogical. You do not fear that which is dangerous. You coexist with wild creatures. You laugh during emergencies. Even your stress responses are inconsistent. We adapt. To what end? To everything. Velen stopped pacing. That is not sustainable. We're still here. That evening, Larrick received a message from the Exchange's Cultural Liaison Office. He'd been invited to participate in the Intergalactic Improvisational Problem-Solving Showcase. He assumed they wanted him to watch. Instead, the message said, You've been nominated by 3 non-human students for your unique approach to adaptive thinking. Please prepare a demonstration of your on-the-fly engineering methods and practical field logic. Larrick frowned at the screen. I haven't built anything. Velen emerged from his dome. You put a heatsink in the communal kettle using a spoon and a hair tie. That was just so it wouldn't whistle like a dying elk. I nominated you. Larrick opened the fridge. I'm bringing Muffin. Velen didn't object. The showcase was held in a multi-environmental amphitheater with sections tailored to different species' needs. High humidity, low gravity, methane-rich air. Larrick's demo station was a table covered in assorted junk. Hoses, clamps, wires, fans, bolts, empty boxes, and 1 deflated air bladder. An attendant with no neck and 3 elbows handed him a card. Your challenge: construct a functional cooling system using available materials. Time limit, 20 minutes. Larrick stared at the card. That's it? Yes. He scratched his jaw, glanced at the fan, then at the bladder. Right. He tore the fan apart, used the frame to mount the bladder, crimped a hose around one end, then used nearby clamps to attach a looped coil around the base. He filled the coil with water from a hydration pod, wrapped the whole thing in foil from a snack wrapper, and angled the fan toward it. The result blew warm air that passed through the damp coil and out the bladder nozzle. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The amphitheater erupted in a variety of non-human cheers. Clicks, pulses, vibrations, and in one case, a burst of spores that spelled approved in midair. Afterward, a gelatinous scholar approached. Your methods are inefficient, unstable, and dangerously intuitive. Fascinating. Back in the quarters, Larrick flopped onto his bed. Muffin climbed onto his chest and curled into a loaf. Velen sat by the terminal, watching a recording of the showcase. You applied no calculations, no time. You used a food wrapper. It was shiny. Velen folded his limbs. I will never understand you. Larik yawned. Good, that means we're doing it right. 3 days after the showcase, Larik was elbow deep in a malfunctioning nutrient recycler, trying to dislodge a clump of congealed algae paste with a bent stirring rod. The recycler unit had begun emitting a low, wet gurgle every 6 minutes, followed by a smell that reminded him of gym socks left in a sealed car. Velen had attempted to report it to maintenance, but the request was flagged non-critical and scheduled for review in 27 days. I still do not understand why the device processes algae at all, Velen said, crouched nearby with a diagnostic scanner. The nutritional profile is inferior to synthesized meal gels. You ever eaten meal gel? Larik twisted the rod, dislodging a thick glob that splattered across the floor. It tastes like someone gave up halfway through inventing food and decided texture wasn't important. I have no tongue. Exactly. You're missing the entire point. Muffin watched from the top of the recycler, tail dangling lazily over the edge. She had taken an interest in the unit ever since it started making noises, occasionally pawing at the intake grate in what Larik assumed was either curiosity or deeply misplaced hunting instinct. Velen adjusted the scanner. Pressure is stabilizing. I believe your structural interference has disrupted the blockage. Structural interference, that's a fancy way of saying I jammed it with a kitchen tool until it stopped being gross. It is not how I would have approached the problem. Yeah, but your last solution exploded a humidifier. Velen narrowed his eyes. That was a calibration oversight. A gentle chirp emitted from the wall panel. Takal's round face appeared in a translucent projection, mandibles twitching with what Larik had come to interpret as bureaucratic urgency. Attention, you are summoned to the Habitation Oversight Hall for immediate review. Velen stood up sharply. Have we violated another regulation? No, Takal replied. You are being recognized. Larik wiped algae off his hands with a rag that had once been a sock. Recognized for what? Your integration efforts and adaptive contributions have been deemed exemplary by the Cultural Integration Committee. You are to receive the Harmonious Coexistence emblem. Velen tilted his head. That is a rare commendation. It is typically reserved for interspecies diplomats or post-conflict reconstruction coordinators. I think they just really liked the fan bladder thing, Larik muttered. More hour, formal attire recommended. The projection blinked out. Larik looked down at his algae-streaked shirt. I don't own formal attire. Velen opened a drawer and pulled out a folded garment wrapped in sterile packaging. This was issued to you during orientation. You stored it beneath your unused manual. I thought it was a pillowcase. Of course you did. Exactly 61 minutes later, they stood in the oversight hall, which resembled the inside of a seashell carved from glass and lit with hundreds of floating bio-lanterns. The audience was made up almost entirely of alien students, faculty, and station staff. The other humans, only 5 now, since one had transferred to a lunar colony for personal reasons, were scattered in the crowd, waving awkwardly. A tall, bark-skinned administrator with antler-like sensory stalks raised a sigil and began the formal address. The speech, translated in real time by the station's acoustic mesh, rolled out in layered tones. In acknowledgement of unique contributions to the spirit of collaborative habitation. Larik shifted in his borrowed tunic, which fit like it had been tailored for someone with an entirely different number of joints. Velen stood upright, hands folded neatly. Muffin was not invited, but a small live feed from their quarters displayed her curled in a sunbeam, oblivious to diplomacy. For demonstrating resilience, ingenuity, and against considerable odds, empathy. Larik scratched his temple. We recognize Larik Sanson and Velen of Otrax as exemplars of harmonious coexistence. Polite bioluminescent flashes rippled through the crowd, the equivalent of applause in at least 9 species. Someone released a puff of celebratory vapor that briefly turned the air a pleasant shade of lavender. Velen turned toward Larik. You should make a statement. I didn't prepare one. Then improvise. Larik stepped forward and cleared his throat. I didn't think sharing a room with a guy who glows when he's anxious would get me an award, but here we are. A few ripples of laughter or their equivalents moved through the audience. I came here thinking I'd be the weird one, but honestly, none of you made me feel out of place. Not even when I accidentally sat in a nutrient bath because I thought it was a hot tub. More laughter. The antlered administrator raised one stalk approvingly. I guess what I'm saying is, thanks for not ejecting me into space when I brought a four-legged chaos goblin and fed her tuna in a shared biospace. And thanks to Velen for not filing a formal threat assessment after she jumped on his head. Velen nodded once. I strongly considered it. And thanks to the rest of you for showing me that just because something doesn't make sense to me doesn't mean it's wrong. Unless it's meal gel. That's still wrong. When the ceremony ended, a small reception was held in the adjoining atrium. Tables were lined with refreshments from dozens of worlds, some of which Lyric couldn't identify without a microscope, and a few too many options that jiggled when undisturbed. Valen approached with 2 cups of something steaming and iridescent. This is a ceremonial beverage from the Gore species. It is said to induce mild euphoria and temporary synesthetic perception. Lyric sniffed it. Smells like root beer and burnt toast. Then it is working. They sat near the base of a bioluminescent pillar, sipping the drink as ambient music played from a floating sphere above them. I was skeptical at first, Valen said. About your presence, about your methods, about your pet. Lyric tilted his cup. She's still not housebroken. I found a hairball in my shoe this morning. Nevertheless, I have come to understand that your unpredictability is not a flaw. Oh no, it definitely is, but it's mine. Valen considered that. I will no longer reinforce my dome. You sure? She's been eyeing the top shelf again. I will take my chances. As the evening wore on, more students joined their table, an aquatic being in a hover tank, a hexapedal linguistics major who spoke only in sense, even a Tharnakian wearing a small fan charm in tribute to the showcase incident. Lyric leaned back, watching the soft lights pulse across the ceiling. He was far from home, surrounded by beings he didn't fully understand, many of whom still couldn't pronounce his name without assistance. And yet, it felt like the most human place he'd ever been. Later that night, back in their quarters, Velen adjusted the ambient temperature while Lyric changed into his sleep clothes. Muffin hopped onto the bed, circled twice, and settled with a heavy sigh. Velen glanced at her, then at Lyric. I have noticed that she prefers to sleep near you. She's a creature of loyalty and convenience. Also, I'm warm. I have recalibrated my assumptions, Velen said, about both of you. Careful, Lyric yawned. That's dangerously close to a compliment. Velen dimmed the lights. Do not let it go to your head. As they drifted off, the recycler gurgled once, then fell silent. Muffin stretched, blinked once at the ceiling, and went back to sleep. The predator had been domesticated, the alien had adjusted, the human had adapted. And for the first time since arriving, everything felt exactly as it should.
No species will ever forget the moment humanity's patience finally snapped. This recorded start, galactic date 47,293.6. I speak into my personal log, adjusting the quantum recorder as I gaze through the observation dome at the blue-green planet below. Professor Ralalac continuing documentation of species 7,249 designational. Humans. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. The Council should have listened to my warnings about classifying them as a Level 2 civilization, but no one ever listens to the ethnoanthropologist. The ship's systems hum softly around me as I continue my observation. Earth hangs suspended in the void like a precious gem, deceptively peaceful from this distance. 10 years ago, I stood in this same spot, filled with excitement about first. Now I understand why the ancient texts speak of things better left undisturbed. Preliminary observation period lasted standard 50 cycles. I continue, my 4 hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The Council of 7 Galaxies believed they had identified all crucial aspects of human civilization. There is another harsh laugh, primitive, limited, harmless. The memory surfaces unbidden. Ambassador Talara striding into the council chamber, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with confidence. "The humans will make excellent clients," she declared. "Their planet's resources will serve the council well, and they'll be grateful for our guidance." I remember shifting uncomfortably in my seat, trying to voice my concerns. "But Ambassador, my research indicates—" "Thank you, Professor Rolidak," she cut me off with a dismissive wave. "We value your academic insights, but this is a matter for practical governance." The warning signs were there from the start. We should have noticed when our most sophisticated encryption was broken in mere days. Should have paid attention when our superior technology started being replicated and improved upon within weeks of diplomatic exchanges. But the Council was too busy congratulating themselves on finding another species to add to their collection, too preoccupied with calculating Earth's resource value to notice the steel beneath the human smiles. First contact day, that's when it all began to unravel. The Council decided to demonstrate their power, standard procedure for welcoming new client species. The gathering fleet appeared over every major human city simultaneously, 50,000 ships, a display of overwhelming force meant to ensure peaceful cooperation. I still remember the human response. No panic, no chaos. Just calm voices requesting the fleet's immediate withdrawal, as if they were asking party guests to leave at the end of the night. Ambassador Talara was positively gleeful at their naivety. She delivered the Council's terms with her usual flourish. Earth would be granted protection in exchange for resource rights and technological supervision. The humans would be guided to a proper place in galactic society. Their chief negotiator, a woman named Amanda Blackwood, listened politely to the entire presentation. Then she smiled, not the warm expression we documented in our cultural studies, but something else entirely, something that made my scales ripple with unease. "That's a very generous offer," she said, voice dripping with something our translators identified as sarcasm. "But we're going to decline. You have 1 hour to remove your ships from Earth's space." The Council representatives actually laughed. My dear Talara practically purred, "I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. The might of 50,000 ships will be reduced to zero in 61 minutes. If they remain in their current positions," Blackwood interrupted. "We've been peaceful because we choose to be. Don't make us choose differently." Looking back now, that was the moment. The precise instant when the Council should have recognized their catastrophic miscalculation. But centuries of easy victories had made them arrogant. They thought they were dealing with primitives who needed to be taught their place. They didn't understand that humanity's patience was not infinite, that their politeness was not weakness, that their warmth could turn to fire. "End record," I whisper, my voice heavy with the weight of history. The quantum recorder clicks off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the view of Earth below. Tomorrow, I'll continue documenting how it all fell apart, how the Council's arrogance led to the greatest military and diplomatic catastrophe in galactic. But for now, I simply watch and remember. Remember the day we learned that some species are not meant to be conquered. Some peoples are not meant to be ruled. And humanity was never meant to kneel. The observation room feels colder today as I resume my recording. Record start galactic date 47-93.7. The Council's failure with first contact should have been the end. Instead, it was merely the beginning. I pull up the archived footage, watching as various species began their own attempts to gain Earth's favor. The Mercathi offered advanced propulsion technology. The Zentari promised biological immortality. The Drachnid Imperium suggested a military alliance. Each one came with hidden strings, with secret plans to manipulate and control. Each one left with what humans called a bloody nose. Admiral Jessica Porter. The name slips from my mouth with a mixture of respect and fear. She was the first to understand what we were really doing, the first to see through our supposedly benevolent offers. The holographic display shows her first appearance at the Galactic Assembly, tall for a human with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through diplomatic facades. She stood before the gathered representatives of 1,000 worlds, her white uniform pristine, her posture radiating quiet strength. "Let me be perfectly clear," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "Earth is not a prize to be won. We are not children to be guided, and we are rapidly losing patience with these transparent attempts to gain control of our world. The Mercathy representative, Lord Blackscale, rose to protest. "Admiral Porter, you misunderstand. We only wish to share the benefits of our advanced. Your propulsion technology," Porter interrupted with a sharp smile, "the one with the hidden backdoor that would allow you to disable our ships at will. We found that within hours of examining the prototype. Just like we found the genetic kill switch in the Zentari's immortality treatment, and the loyalty programming buried in the Drachnid military protocols." I remember the shocked silence that filled the chamber. No one was supposed to be able to detect those safeguards. The most advanced species in the galaxy had spent centuries perfecting them. The human ability to innovate, to reverse engineer, to improve upon existing technology. We gravely underestimated it. I speak into my recorder. While we saw them as primitives to be guided, they were studying us, learning. The archived footage continues, showing the growing tension. Trade delegations arriving with manipulated contracts. Spy ships poorly disguised as merchant vessels. Corporate interests attempting to exploit loopholes in galactic law. Through it all, humanity's responses grew progressively less diplomatic. Admiral Porter's warnings became more direct. The human representative, Marcus Taylor, stopped attending council sessions entirely. "We thought they were being stubborn," I mutter, shaking my head at our blindness. We never realized they were giving us every chance to back away. The quantum recorder captures my bitter laugh as I pull up footage from the Centauri incident. The Drachnid Imperium, frustrated by their failed manipulation attempts, decided to demonstrate their power by establishing an observation post in Earth's. Within minutes of crossing the boundary line humanity had established, the Drachnid fleet encountered something new, something that shouldn't have been possible. The human defense platforms, I narrate, watching the familiar scene unfold. Quantum-linked satellites that could fire through subspace, ignoring traditional shields. Technology that no Level 2 civilization should have been able to conceive, let alone construct. The Drachnid ships never even had time to raise their shields. 3 capital ships, pride of their fleet, reduced to drifting hulks by precision strikes from weapons they couldn't detect or counter. Admiral Porter's message to the Imperium was broadcast across all galactic frequencies. This was a warning shot. The next violation of our space will be considered an act of war. Earth's patience is not infinite. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, saw the incident differently. They saw not the warning it represented, but proof that humanity was too dangerous to be left uncontrolled. We scheduled emergency sessions. I continue my record, drafted plans for containment, created task forces to study human weaknesses, and all the while humanity watched, waited, gave us chance after chance to change course. The final diplomatic meeting stands out in my memory with painful clarity. The council chamber packed with representatives from every major species. Ambassador Telara, now Supreme Counselor, delivering what she thought was an ultimatum. Earth will accept guidance from the galactic community, she declared, or Earth will be isolated from all galactic travel and trade. This is not a negotiation. Admiral Porter and Marcus Taylor exchanged a glance that made my scales prickle with warning. Then Taylor stepped forward, his expression almost pitying. "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you?" he asked quietly. "Even now, you think you have the upper hand. Think you're in control?" He shook his head. "We've tried diplomacy, tried patience, tried to show you that we can be valuable allies if you just treat us as equals." He turned to leave, then paused at the chamber doors. "You should know we've already developed our own FTL drives, better ones. We don't need your trade routes, we don't need your technology, and if you try to isolate us, you'll quickly learn that we don't need your permission to travel the stars." The council erupted in outrage, but I barely heard them. I was watching Admiral Porter, who hadn't moved or spoken. She stood perfectly still, watching the chaos with eyes that had seen enough. As I end today's recording, I can't help but wish we had understood then what those eyes were telling us. That human patience was reaching its end, that their willingness to endure our manipulations was running out. But we didn't understand, and what came next would reshape the galaxy forever. The quantum recorder hums to life again. Record start, galactic date 47,293.8. The Council's response to human defiance was predictably short-sighted. They assumed that without access to galactic trade networks, Earth would quickly collapse into isolation and eventually beg for readmission on the Council's terms. My hands tremble slightly as I access the restricted archives. They were wrong, so catastrophically wrong. The first sign came when the Mercathi trade cartels reported unusual activity along their supposedly secret routes. Ships were disappearing, not destroyed, simply vanishing without trace. The Drachnid border patrols encountered phantom energy signatures that their sensors couldn't properly track. The Zentari research outposts began detecting unauthorized quantum scans of their facilities. The humans were already out there, I narrate, my voice tight with remembered tension. Not just surviving isolation, but thriving, learning, spreading, and we never saw them coming. Supreme Counselor Talara refused to acknowledge the mounting evidence. Primitive species cannot master quantum cloaking, she declared during an emergency session. Their ships cannot possibly breach our detection grids. These reports are clearly exaggerations. Then came the Perseus incident. The holographic display shows the Mercathi's most secure research facility, built into an asteroid at the edge of their territory, home to their most advanced weapons development programs, protected by defenses that had repelled the Drachnid Imperium's best efforts at infiltration. The facility's quantum signature simply disappeared, I recall, watching the archived footage. No explosion, no debris. The entire asteroid vanished, along with 3 decades of weapons research. The Mercathi's furious accusations flew across the council chamber. The Drachnid Imperium must have finally succeeded in penetrating their defenses. The Zentari must have developed new technology. Everyone blamed everyone else. Until the message arrived. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's voice fills my observation room, just as it filled the council chamber that day. We have confirmed that the Mercathi Perseus facility was being used to develop bioweapons intended for deployment against Earth. The facility has been relocated to a secure location. Its research data has been analyzed and archived. Its weapons have been neutralized. The stunned silence that followed still echoes in my memory. This serves as a demonstration, she continued, her tone deadly calm. We can reach any target anywhere in council space. We can bypass any defense. We can neutralize any threat. This is not a boast, it is simply fact. I remember Supreme Counselor Talara's scales turning pale, her bioluminescence flickering with shock. Impossible, she whispered. They cannot have this level of technology. They cannot. But they did. And they were just getting started. The next 3 months shattered every assumption the council had about human capabilities. Their ships appeared and disappeared at will throughout council space. They intercepted coded transmissions we had thought unbreakable. They accessed restricted databases with embarrassing ease. Looking back, I speak to my recorder, we should have recognized the pattern. They weren't attacking, weren't destroying, they were systematically exposing every plot, every scheme, every secret plan the council species had been developing against Earth. The Drachnid's hidden fleet assembly yards, the Zentari's prohibited genetic warfare labs, the Mercathi's network of slave worlds, one by one, humanity revealed them all. But the council, in their infinite wisdom, still couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't accept that a primitive species had not only caught up to them but had surpassed them in many ways. If they can reach these facilities, Lord Blackscale argued in a closed council session, they can destroy them. The fact that they haven't proves they're still weak, still unwilling to take necessary action. The recording shows Supreme Counselor Talara nodding in agreement. Precisely, they play these games of espionage because they lack the strength for real confrontation. The time has come to show them the consequences of defying the council. I paused the playback, my 4 hands clenching in remembered frustration. I tried one last time to warn them, to make them understand what they were dealing with. The archived footage shows me standing before the council, my academic credentials displayed behind me. The humans are not showing weakness, I argued. They're showing restraint. Every incursion into our space, every infiltration of our facilities, they're warnings. They're giving us the chance to back down. They're primitive apes playing with stolen technology. Supreme Counselor Talara dismissed me again, and they will learn their place. The council voted overwhelmingly to authorize military action. A combined fleet drawing ships from all major council species would pacify the Sol system and establish direct control over Earth. I remember watching the fleet assemble. 500,000 ships. the largest military force ever gathered in Council history. Supreme Counselor Talara personally broadcast their departure, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. "Let humanity witness true power," she declared. "Let them learn the price of defiance." The fleet never reached Earth. Halfway to the Sol system, every ship simultaneously lost power. Engines, weapons, life support, everything just stopped. In the darkness of dead ships, millions of crew members watched their view screens come to life with a single message. Admiral Porter's face appeared on every screen. She wasn't wearing her uniform anymore. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes, her expression more disappointed than angry. "We gave you every chance," she said quietly. "Every opportunity to choose cooperation over domination, peace over conflict. But you couldn't let go of your preconceptions, couldn't accept that humans might be your equals or even your superiors in some ways." She paused, looking directly into the camera. "Your ships will regain power in 1 hour. That's enough time for life support to hold, but not enough time to prevent your trajectory from carrying you back into Council space. Consider this your final warning." Before the transmission ended, she added one last thing. "Your weapons technology is now centuries behind ours. Your defenses are meaningless against our capabilities, and our patience is officially exhausted." End record, I whispered to my quantum recorder. The images fade, leaving me alone with the weight of history. Tomorrow, I'll document how the Council finally, tragically, pushed humanity past their breaking point. But tonight I remember Porter's words. Remember the moment when the galaxy's most powerful civilization discovered that power is relative. That patience should never be mistaken for weakness. And that some warnings should be heeded before it's too late. Record start, galactic date 47,293.9. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Today I document the moment everything changed. The day humanity's patience finally, irrevocably snapped. The Council, embarrassed by the fleet's humiliation, sought to save face. But rather than accept humanity's superiority in direct confrontation, they chose a different path, a coward's path. Supreme Counselor Talara authorized what she called a precision intervention. I narrate, pulling up the classified footage. The target was New Haven, humanity's first extrasolar colony. Population 50,000 civilians, researchers' families, children. The Drachnid Imperium provided the strike force. The Mercathi supplied the weapons. The Zentari contributed their stealth technology. They believed that by combining their most advanced systems, they could bypass human defenses. They succeeded. Partly. The recording shows the strike force emerging from stealth near New Haven. 30 ships, small enough to slip through standard patrol patterns. Their weapons were metal domes. The attack lasted exactly 27 seconds. I continue, my scales rippling with remembered horror. 27 seconds that sealed the fate of the Council, though we didn't know it then. The colony's shields held against the first barrage, but the concentrated fire eventually broke through. 3 environmental domes cracked. Emergency force fields snapped into place, but not quickly enough. 843 humans died in those 27 seconds. The strike force vanished back into stealth, believing they had struck a decisive blow, believing they had taught humanity a lesson about defying the Council. They were wrong. The response began exactly 3 minutes after the attack. My hands tremble as I access the restricted records. Simultaneous events across Council space, coordinated with a precision that we had thought impossible. The quantum recorder captures the footage of what happened next. In the Drachnid capital system, their mighty defense fleet simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, their ships literally vanished between one sensor sweep and the next. In Mercathi space, every weapons facility, every military installation, every defense platform went dark simultaneously. The Zentari found their most secure networks exposed, their secrets laid bare for the galaxy to see. But that was just the beginning. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's transmission overrode every communication channel in Council space. 843 civilians. 843 lives ended because you couldn't accept your own obsolescence. Because you chose pride over peace. Domination over cooperation. The recording shows her standing on what was clearly a ship's bridge, but like nothing the Council had ever seen. Behind her, holographic displays showed real-time views of every major Council world. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. We tried demonstrations of our capabilities without causing permanent harm. Now we show you what happens when humanity stops holding back. She nodded to someone off screen. Your combined fleet that retreated from Earth, check their positions. Panic erupted across Council space as military commanders tried to contact their ships. 500,000 vessels, the pride of their combined military might, had vanished without trace. Your ships are safe, Porter continued, her voice carrying an edge that made my scales crawl. They're currently in orbit around Earth. Crew unharmed but thoroughly contained. We brought them here because we want them to have front row seats for what happens next. She pressed a control on her command chair. Right now, human ships are decloaking throughout Council space. It's been everywhere. While you played at espionage and military posturing, we were mapping every centimeter of your territory, analyzing every weakness, preparing for the possibility that you would force our hand. The footage splits to show multiple views. Council leaders watched in horror as human vessels appeared in their most secure systems. Ships of impossible size bristling with weapons beyond their comprehension. But Admiral Supreme Counselor Talara's voice shook as she responded, "Surely we can negotiate. The attack on your colony was unsanctioned, a rogue element. Save your lies," Porter cut her off. "We have the Council records, the authorization codes, the operation plans. Every single being involved in planning and executing the attack has already been transported to holding cells on our ships." She leaned forward, her eyes hard. "Here's what happens now. Every Council world will stand down their military forces immediately. Every hidden weapon, every cloaked ship, every secret installation will be declared and surrendered. You have 1 hour." Or what Lord Blackscale demanded, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Porter's smile was colder than deep space. "Or we demonstrate our full capabilities, the technology we've been holding in reserve, the weapons we've developed but chosen not to use. 1 hour to comply. Then we stop being nice." They didn't believe her. I tell my recorder. Even then, even after everything they had seen, they couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't believe that humanity had advanced so far beyond them. The Council's response was to order all remaining military forces to attack the human ships. Every weapon they had left. Every ship still under their control. One last, desperate attempt to prove their supremacy. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted less than 5 minutes. Human ships didn't dodge the attacks, didn't raise shields, simply allowed the Council's most powerful weapons to strike them directly. The energy weapons passed through them as if they weren't there. Physical projectiles emerged on the other side of their hulls without leaving a mark. Phase shift technology, I explained to my recorder. Their entire ships could partially exit our dimension at will. Nothing in Council space could touch them. Nothing could stop them. Then the humans demonstrated their own weapons. They didn't target military installations, didn't fire on civilian populations. Instead, with surgical precision, they eliminated the seats of power. Government buildings, military command centers, the private estates of those who had ordered the attack on New Haven. The quantum recorder captures the archived footage. Buildings vanishing into thin air, transported to who knows where. Command bunkers buried kilometers underground, suddenly exposed to vacuum as the rock around them ceased to exist. Defense shields failing as the generators powering them simply disappeared. In 5 minutes, the Council's power structure was gutted. Their military command was decapitated. Their ability to offer organized resistance was eliminated. Admiral Porter's final transmission was broadcast to every world, every ship, every communications device in Council space. "The Council's authority ends today," she declared. "Earth will oversee the transition to a new galactic government, one based on cooperation and mutual respect, not domination and force. Those who work with us will be treated fairly, those who resist." She let the silence stretch meaningfully. "Well, we've demonstrated what resistance will earn you. Choose wisely." End record. I shut off the quantum recorder, my 4 hands shaking as I pull up the final images. The Council chambers, now empty and dark. The mighty combined fleet, still in orbit around Earth, its crews watching helplessly as their civilization was transformed. Humanity, stepping into their role not as conquerors, but as reluctant guardians, determined to build something better than what they had torn down. They had never wanted war, never wanted to rule. But when pushed too far, when their patience finally ran out, they proved that technological superiority wasn't their greatest strength. Their greatest strength was their restraint, and the galaxy learned far too late that such restraint should never be taken for granted. Final record, galactic date 47,293.10. I gaze out at Earth one last time through my observation window. The reconstruction period began immediately after the surrender, but it wasn't what anyone expected. The humans, surprising everyone yet again, didn't install themselves as the new council, didn't seek revenge, didn't demand reparations. Instead, they did something far more radical. They gave everyone a voice. The Galactic Assembly, I speak into my recorder, watching ships of all species moving peacefully through space below. One world, one vote, no special privileges, no dominant species. Even the youngest civilizations have equal say in galactic affairs. The Quantum Archive displays footage from the first assembly session. Admiral Porter, now retired from military service, stood before representatives from every known species, even those the Council had deemed too primitive to participate. "We could rule you," she said simply. "We could dominate you the way the Council did. We have the power. But that's not who we are. That's not what humanity stands for." The changes came swiftly after that. Trade routes opened to all. Technology shared freely, with built-in safeguards that even humans themselves couldn't override. A new era of cooperation and growth. The former Council species struggled at first, I narrate, remembering those turbulent days. The Drachnid Imperium nearly collapsed when their slave worlds were freed. The Mercathi economy stumbled without their monopolies. The Zentari scientific dominance evaporated when their secret research was shared with all. But they adapted. They had to. Because the humans made it clear, try to rebuild the old power structures, attempt to dominate others again, and face consequences far worse than military defeat. The recording shows the transformation. Former enemies working together on joint projects. Species that had been bitter rivals for millennia now sharing resources and knowledge. A galaxy learning slowly but surely that cooperation brings greater rewards than conquest. Supreme Counselor Talera works as a teacher, now I note with a touch of irony, instructing young diplomats about the dangers of pride and prejudice. Lord Blackscale leads a cultural exchange program. Even the Zentari have redirected their research toward beneficial technologies for all species. My four hands move across the control panel one last time, bringing up the final statistics. Trade volume up 300%. Scientific breakthroughs occurring at 5 times the previous rate. Conflict between species down by 89%. And the humans, I can't keep the wonder from my voice. They watch. They guide when asked. They step in only when absolutely necessary. Their ships still patrol Council space, their technology still far beyond what most species can comprehend. But they've never once abused that power. The quantum recorder captures my sigh. This will be my final report on species 7249. I've spent 15 years studying them, from first contact through the fall of the Council and into this new era. And I think I finally understand what we got wrong from the very beginning. The observation window fills with the image of Earth, still beautiful, still deceptively peaceful. We thought their kindness was weakness. Their patience was primitive restraint. Their willingness to talk rather than fight was proof of their inferiority. We were so convinced of our own superiority that we couldn't recognize what was right in front of us. A human ship phases into view, its hull gleaming with technology that still seems like magic to most species. It acknowledges my presence with a brief signal flash, then continues its patrol. They weren't primitive. They were principled. They weren't weak. They were giving us every chance to be better. And when we failed those chances, when we finally pushed them too far, they didn't just defeat us. They saved us. From others, yes, but mostly from ourselves. I begin the shutdown sequence for my observation post. After 15 years, it's time to go home. Time to share what I've learned with my own people. The humans have a saying: I speak my final words into the recorder. Something Admiral Porter quoted in that first assembly session. The true measure of power isn't in how much damage you can do, but in how much good you choose to do instead. The quantum recorder clicks off for the last time. I take one final look at Earth before turning away. They were never the primitive species we thought they were. They were what we could have been, should have been, all along. And thanks to their peculiar mix of power and principle, of capability and compassion, the galaxy is finally becoming what it always should have been. A place where no species needs to prove their superiority, where patience is recognized as strength, and where the greatest power lies not in dominance, but in the choice to be better than what came before. End final record.
Pay attention. The news events you'll read here are real, they made headlines, they're documented, but the reasons they happened, the characters behind the scenes, the operations, the explanations, that's pure fiction. Real news, fictional backstory, that's what you're getting. Or is it? July 13th had come and gone. The Bedminster incident was over. A temporal loop had collapsed. Cheese had been involved in ways nobody could fully explain. Brian Kaepernick had walked away thinking he'd solved a local crime. EATU, the Environmental Anti-Terror Unit, knew better. 3 weeks later, the team regrouped. There were loose threads. Project Bluebird was still active. The Council of 10A remained silent. And somewhere in the desert, recovered technology was being moved through channels that shouldn't exist. It was mid-August when Wanda's encrypted signal reached Brian's phone. No voice this time. Just coordinates and a single word. Phoenix. Tesla Tech Convention. 2 days. Be there. Brian booked a flight without knowing why. He never questioned the anonymous calls anymore. They were always right. Always led somewhere that mattered, even if he didn't understand why until afterward. The Phoenix Convention Center was massive. Thousands of people moving between exhibits, energy weapons, free energy systems, anti-gravity, propulsion, all the fringe technology that mainstream science wouldn't touch. Brian walked through the doors, completely unaware that you was already positioned in the crowds around him. Grey somewhere in the periphery. A Russian blue long-hair cat slipping between clusters of people like he'd always been there. Watching resource flows, nobody noticed him. Grey had perfected invisibility, Wanda monitoring every digital feed from her storm drain 3 states away, her angler fish teeth gleaming under the glow of her 20 monitors, her 14 keyboards clicking silently. Her bioluminescent lure drifted as she watched. Real-time surveillance of everything Brian couldn't see. Henrietta meditating on the balance of her 2 souls, the calico cat keeping the 4-pointed star centered. Her dual nature made her unpredictable, useful. Luna, silent and invisible, the tuxedo shapeshifter's hypnotic eyes, waiting for the moment she needed to project into someone's mind. She could become anything. Right now, she was just another attendee, unnoticed. And in the shadows, moving with absolute purpose, the mouse hunted for aged Manchego, while everything else fell into place around him. Thunder was in the middle of the crowd, a compact, muscled orange tabby weaving between people's legs. Someone picked him up. He purred, delirious with attention. Children gathered around to pet him, the perfect distraction. Nobody looked past the adorable cat being fawned over to notice what was actually happening around him. Thunder's reckless genius was already 3 moves ahead, his presence creating the exact chaos that EATU needed. Major Sport was back at EATU headquarters, the St. Bernard and Irish setter mix making the calls that would matter, his command center humming with activity. Captain Talon circled overhead outside the convention center, the bald eagle adjusting his balance on a single leg, his eyes sharp for anything that didn't belong. War wounds didn't stop him from flying. Mizzy observed from a distance, the tuxedo cat matriarch orchestrating scenarios nobody would realize had been set up days ago. Her warmth was strategic. Her influence was absolute. The convention had started. The operation was already in motion. Brian had no idea. In the middle of the crowd, thunder purred loud enough to draw more children. An older woman knelt down, scratching behind his ears. He loved every second of it, genuine joy mixed with operational precision. His tail flicked once, twice, a specific pattern. 3 blocks away, on a rooftop with clear sightlines to the convention center, Captain Talon saw it. He dipped 1 wing in acknowledgement. "Thunder's in position," Captain Talon's sharp voice crackled through the encrypted frequency that only EATU could access. "Distraction is active," Gray's voice came back, smooth as silk, completely unbothered. Good. Brian just passed the energy weapons exhibit. He's looking for something specific. He doesn't know what yet. In her storm drain nest, Wanda's lure pulsed as she watched 17 camera feeds simultaneously. She typed without looking, her angler fish fins moving across keyboards with practiced precision. I've got 3 separate surveillance teams in the crowd, not ours. Someone's watching the convention. Someone's watching Brian. A pause. Then Mizzy's warm voice, the Tuxedo Cat matriarch speaking from somewhere inside the convention center. Let them watch. They're supposed to be here. They just don't know we know yet. Brian moved through the Tesla tech displays with the casual interest of Sumyon, who didn't understand half of what he was looking at. Scalar wave technology, 0-point energy systems, consciousness transfer protocols. The convention was a fever dream of fringe science and true believers. He had no idea why Wanda wanted him here. The encrypted message had been clear: show up, observe, report back. Nothing more specific than that. Gray's voice crackled again, this time directed at someone else. Henrietta, you're getting close to the target display. How's the balance holding? In a corner of the convention center, Henrietta stood, motionless, in front of a large exhibit about quantum entanglement and dimensional frequency. To any observer, she was just another attendee reading the placard. What they didn't see was her internal struggle. 2 souls fighting for dominance, the 4-pointed star meditation, the only thing keeping her centered. Her response came back through the secure channel, clipped and precise. Holding, but barely. Someone needs to trigger the distraction soon or I'm going to get frustrated and accidentally fix something we don't want fixed. Mizzy's warm laugh filtered through. That's exactly why you're perfect for this, Henrietta. Your threat keeps everyone nervous. Brian paused at another display. Something about free energy and anti-gravity. He was getting tired of walking. He was about to sit down when his phone vibrated silently in his pocket. A message from Wanda. 3 words. North corner. Thumb drive. He didn't question it. He never did. Brian changed direction, moving toward the north corner of the convention center, where a smaller, less crowded exhibit about Project Bluebird was set up. The display was sophisticated. Classified documents, redacted fields, photographs of recovered materials. All of it technically fictional. All of it technically real. Behind the display counter stood a man in a grey suit. He was waiting. He had something. Thunder felt it before anyone else did. The shift in tension. The moment when the operation needed to move from observation to action. He was still in the crowd, still being petted by children, still purring like a motorboat. But his tail twitched. Once, twice, 3 times. Captain Talon saw it from the rooftop. Go, he said, simply. Thunder took a breath. Then he did what he was built to do. He screeched, a long, piercing yowl that cut through the ambient noise of the convention like a knife. Not a cat sound, an alarm, a warning. Every head in the convention center turned toward him. Then he moved. The zoomies hit him like lightning. His compact, muscled body exploded into motion. He bolted across the floor, knocking over a small display table, scattering papers everywhere, sending attendees scrambling out of his way. He wasn't attacking. He wasn't hunting. He was pure chaos in motion, a furry tornado moving at maximum velocity toward the exit. The crowd followed him with their eyes. Children laughed. Adults moved aside. Security personnel started moving toward the disruption. Everyone was watching Thunder. Everyone was watching the orange tabby cat who was absolutely losing his mind. Which was exactly the point. At the north corner display, the man in the grey suit never took his eyes off Brian. He held out the thumb drive. Small, unmarked, heavy, with information that wasn't supposed to exist. Brian reached for it. That's when Mizzy made her move. She was standing 3 feet away from the display, pretending to read another exhibit. As the man handed the thumb drive to Brian, she adjusted her position. A single movement, a shift in weight. She knocked Brian's elbow. It wasn't violent, it wasn't obvious, it was just enough. Brian's hand jerked at the wrong moment. The thumb drive fell. The man in the grey suit cursed under his breath. Thunder's chaos was reaching maximum intensity now. He had knocked over 3 more displays. He was running in circles. He was the most distracting thing happening in the entire convention center. But not for long. Gray watched from his invisible position. He saw the thumb drive hit the ground. He saw the man in the grey suit start to bend down. He made a decision. Gray moved, just slightly, into the path of the reaching man. A subtle block. Accidental looking, but precise. The man bumped into Gray instead of reaching for the drive. Henrietta watched all of this from her position near the quantum entanglement display. Her two souls were vibrating with tension. The frustration was building. The power was starting to activate. She breathed through it. Four-pointed star, balance, control. But she could feel it. The cosmic correction waiting to happen. Luna had already shifted position. She wasn't a person anymore. She was just another attendee. Invisible, unremarkable. But she was close enough to the fallen thumb drive. She waited. Thunder's chaos was starting to wind down. He was tiring. The zoomies were reaching their peak. He bolted toward the exit, and the crowd followed him with their attention, their laughter, their phones recording the video of the crazed cat. In that moment, the split second, when every eye was on Thunder and his beautiful, reckless destruction, Luna moved. She bent down, she picked up the thumb drive. She slipped it into her pocket. No one saw her, no one was looking at her. They were all watching Thunder. By the time Thunder hit the exit and disappeared into the parking lot, the operation was complete. The thumb drive was in EU's possession. Captain Talons watched from the rooftop. "Package secured," he said simply. In her storm drain nest, Wanda's lure pulsed with satisfaction. "I've got the surveillance feeds. 3 teams trying to figure out what just happened. One of them is already calling it in. We have maybe 5 minutes before they realize the drive is gone." Mizzy's voice came through, calm and warm as always. "Excellent. Everyone extract. Slow and natural. Nobody runs, nobody hurries." Gray was already moving away from the display, slipping between clusters of people, becoming invisible again. Henrietta breathed. 4-pointed star. The frustration settled. The power receded. She was balanced again. Luna was walking toward the exit, the thumb drive heavy in her pocket, completely unremarkable, completely unnoticed. Brian stood there, confused, still reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. The man in the grey suit was gone. Thunder was already in the parking lot, his crazy energy finally spent, rolling on the asphalt like he'd just had the time of his life. The convention continued around them. Thousands of people discussing fringe science and impossible technology, completely unaware that something had just been taken from right under their noses. And Brian, still confused about what had just happened, still holding his empty hand out, had no idea that he'd just been part of an Eat You operation. That his presence at the convention was the reason the man in the grey suit had even shown up. That his innocent detective work had been the cover story for something much larger. He looked at his phone. Another message from Wanda. 2 words. Mission complete. Brian pocketed his phone and started walking toward the exit, still completely oblivious. The operation was done. The first thread of the larger puzzle was in Eat You's hands. And somewhere in the darkness of her storm drain nest, surrounded by her 20 monitors and 14 keyboards, Wanda was already analyzing what was on that thumb drive. Project Bluebird files, recovered materials documentation, and something else. Something that connected to UFO technology, something that connected to the assassination attempt in Bedminster, something that suggested the temporal anomalies weren't accidents. They were being caused, deliberately, and someone needed to figure out who was doing it before the next one happened. Precision. His tail flicked once, twice, a specific pattern. 3 blocks away, on a rooftop with clear sight lines to the convention center, Captain Talon saw it. He dipped one wing in acknowledgement. "Thunder's in position." Captain Talon's sharp voice crackled through the encrypted frequency that only Eat You could access. "Distraction is active." Gray's voice came back, smooth as silk. Brian stopped at a display marked Recovered Materials Analysis, UAP Technology Applications. The placard was professionally printed, the kind that suggested institutional backing rather than enthusiastic amateur research. Behind the display stood a woman in a blue blazer with a lanyard that identified her only as presenter. She was talking to 2 men who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Brian pulled out his notepad. Old habit. He wrote down the display number and the name of the presenting organization, the Institute for Advanced Propulsion Studies, a name that sounded legitimate enough to be suspicious. The woman in the blue blazer noticed him noticing. She smiled the kind of smile that meant she'd been waiting for exactly this kind of visitor. "Are you familiar with the Arizona incident?" she asked. Brian looked up from his notepad. "Which one?" She tilted her head slightly. "The V-shaped sighting, March 1997, thousands of witnesses. Official explanation was military flares." She paused. "You don't believe that explanation, do you?" Brian looked at her carefully. He'd been asked this question before, by journalists, by conspiracy theorists, by people who wanted him to validate something they already believed. "I believe in evidence," he said. She reached under the display table and produced a folder, thick, worn at the edges. The kind of folder that had been handled many times by many hands. "Then you'll find this interesting." Gray was watching from 3 displays away. His Cheshire eyes tracked the folder, the woman, the 2 men who still looked uncomfortable. He'd seen her before, not in person, not in any database Wanda had access to, but in the pattern of how things moved, how information surfaced, how people who had things to share found their way into proximity with people who needed to receive that information. She was a courier, not Eat You, not Project Bluebird, something else entirely. His voice came through low on the encrypted channel. "Wanda, Blue Blazer, North Display, presenting to Brian right now. Run her." In her storm drain nest, Wanda's fins moved across 3 keyboards simultaneously. Her lure pulsed as data streamed across monitors. "Running. Give me 30 seconds. Henrietta had repositioned herself near the free energy display, close enough to observe without being obvious. Her dual souls were humming with something she couldn't quite name. Not frustration, not yet, but awareness. The sense that something was about to happen that nobody had planned for. She breathed through it. 4-pointed star, balance, control. Luna was closer. The tuxedo shapeshifter had become invisible again, projecting stillness into the minds of anyone who might look in her direction. She was 3 feet from Brian, close enough to project a thought into his mind if she needed to. She waited. Brian opened the folder. Inside were photographs. Not digital prints, actual photographs developed on film, the kind that couldn't be edited with software. They showed something large, something angular, something that didn't match any aircraft in any public database Brian had ever studied. The V-shape was unmistakable. But these photographs weren't taken in Arizona in 1997. The timestamp on the back of each one read differently. Different location, different year, different facility. Brian looked up at the woman. "Where did these come from?" She smiled again. "That's the question, isn't it?" Wanda's voice came through the channel, sharp and immediate. "She's not in any database I can access, and I can access everything, which means she's been deliberately scrubbed. Someone with serious resources removed her from every system she should appear in. Social security, driver's license, tax records, medical history, all gone. She technically doesn't exist." Gray's response was measured, unhurried. "How long ago was she scrubbed?" Based on the gaps in the data pattern, approximately 18 months, right around the time the congressional UFO testimony became public. A pause. "She's a whistleblower," Mizzy said, her warm voice carrying certainty. "Someone who knew what was coming and got a raise before she could testify." Captain Talon's sharp voice cut in from the rooftop. "Or someone who was placed here deliberately to give Brian exactly what they want him to have." Silence on the channel. Everyone considering both possibilities simultaneously. Gray made a decision. He began moving toward the display, not quickly, not directly, just shifting his trajectory in the fluid, invisible way that brought him closer without announcing the intention. Brian was still looking at the photographs. His detective instincts were firing on all cylinders. These were real. Whatever they showed, the photographs themselves were authentic. He could tell by the grain, the composition, the way light had behaved on actual film. "I need more context," he said. The woman reached into the folder again and produced a single page. Printed text, classified headers with the classification stripped out, blank spaces where the markings had been redacted before printing. Brian read it quickly. His expression didn't change. A good detective never showed what he was thinking when something hit important. But his hand tightened slightly on the folder. Luna felt it. From her invisible position 3 feet away, she read the micro-expression, the slight tension in his jaw. She projected a gentle thought into his mind. Not a command, not a manipulation, just a question that seemed to come from his own thinking. Is this what you were sent here to find? Brian blinked, looked around briefly as if the question had come from somewhere external, then returned his attention to the woman. How do I know this is authentic? She reached into her blazer pocket and produced a thumb drive, different from the one Gray had taken from the contractors. Smaller, red, with a symbol etched into it that Brian had seen before. The same symbol that had been on the mustard jar in Bedminster. His breath caught, just slightly, but Luna felt it. She transmitted quietly on the Eat You channel. Nothing verbal, just the impression of urgency. The sense that the operation had just shifted into different territory. Gray saw it immediately. He was close enough now to observe Brian's reaction. His Cheshire eyes narrowed. The woman held out the red thumb drive. "Take it," she said simply. "You were sent here to find it, you know that." Brian looked at the drive, at the symbol, at the woman who didn't exist in any database. He took it. The moment his hand closed around it, 3 things happened simultaneously. The surveillance team that Wanda had been monitoring on her feed started moving. All 3 teams, converging on the north display from different directions. The mouse emerged from behind a display about 0-point energy systems, a small piece of aged manchego tucked under one arm. He looked at the red thumb drive in Brian's hand. His whiskers twitched. His ears went back slightly. He made a gesture. 2 fingers pointed at the drive, then a sharp cutting motion across his throat. Warning, that drive is a problem. Nobody saw him except Gray. And Gray, for the first time in a very long time, didn't know what to do with a signal. Then Henrietta's frustration peaked. She'd been holding it. 4-pointed star, meditation, balance. But 3 surveillance, TMs converging, a most giving, whinnying signals, a woman who don't exist handing Brian a drive with a temporal anomaly symbol on it. It was too much input, too many variables. The dual souls inside her fractured their balance for exactly 1 second. 1 second was enough. The lights in the convention center flickered. Every electronic display in a 20-foot radius around the north display glitched simultaneously. The surveillance team stopped moving as their communication devices experienced a half-second of complete signal loss. Then everything returned to normal. Henrietta breathed, 4-pointed star, back in balance. But in that half-second of electronic chaos, the woman in the blue blazer had moved. She was gone, disappeared into the crowd as if she'd never existed, which, according to Wanda's databases, she hadn't. Brian stood there holding the red thumb drive. The folder of photographs was still in his other hand. The display in front of him was empty. Wanda's voice came through, her fins typing rapid sequences across keyboards. "She's gone. I've lost her on every feed. Every camera in the convention center just had a half-second gap in coverage. The surveillance teams are reorienting. They know something happened, they don't know what." Gray was already moving away from the north display, his invisible presence drifting toward the exit, with perfect, unhurried grace. "We need to extract Brian." Mizzy's warm voice came through immediately. "Already handled." Brian's phone vibrated. A message from the anonymous number he'd learned never to ignore. "Exit through the east doors. Don't run. Blue food. Truck outside. Order coffee. Wait."